5 o'clock on the dot this Wednesday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Some somewhat good weather news to give. Severe weather threat dropping, but there still could be a lot of rain later this week. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Election 2024, both President Biden and former President Trump clinching their party's nominations. Trump releasing this video overnight.
We're not going to take time to celebrate. We'll celebrate in 8 months when the election is over.
And might independent candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. play the role of spoiler with the help of some star power? NFL quarterback Aaron Rodgers on Kennedy's short list of potential running mates. The two recently spending time together both appear to share views on several issues. They both oppose vaccine mandates. Right now in Tennessee, the effort to eliminate grocery taxes is effectively dead. So is raising the minimum wage in Tennessee to $20 an hour. Both are Democrat-backed bills, but Republicans put them down. Republicans say they support a tax decrease, but they say this grocery tax elimination bill would increase taxes on businesses in return, and they want to keep the state business-friendly, which means jobs. Still more questions and answers after a Missouri college student vanished after a night out with his fraternity in downtown Nashville. 22-year-old Riley Strain's friends didn't report him missing to police until 16 hours after he disappeared. Strain is seen on surveillance camera footage stumbling around downtown alone. Channel 4 talked to a smoke shop owner who says they saw Strain but didn't think anything was out of the ordinary.
I see this situation like 3-4 times a day. Too many people fall down on the floor because of drink.
Search and rescue crews have launched boats to search the Cumberland River for Strain, but they have not found him, and they have not brought in divers. Spring has not yet arrived, but allergy season has. And ABC's medical contributor, Dr. Darren Sutton, explains why we're experiencing these itchy, watery eyes and runny noses earlier than usual.
Normally, allergy season should start during the month of April, but given the fact that we've seen warmer climates, we've had a limited number of freeze days. So that means that the plants, the trees, the pollen out there have not frozen as much as they normally do. That allows opportunity for a blooming season.
And Dr. Sutton adds, if you have a fever, that's not a reaction to allergies. It's an infection. You should get to a doctor. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Checking futures ahead of this morning's opening bell on Wall Street. Dow futures are up 57. S&P flat. NASDAQ down 34. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Oh, we're in a pretty good shape to start you off with. 40 coming into downtown, also 24 coming up from the borough, and then headed out towards the airport into Terminal Drive, still in good shape. I'm Jack Welback. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Well, good morning. It's 5:06 Wednesday morning, and of course, I'm not Dan Mandis. Dan Mandis is cruising, baby. He's on a sea cruise. You got Johnny B in his place, along with Ken Weaver, and of course, Mason Fleming's with us as well. Car work this morning, which is good. It started, so that's all good. We're rolling like we should be, and you can roll with us. In fact, you can get in touch with us on the Members Nutrition Super Text line, 615-737-9986. We'll be opening that up in just mere moments. You can also catch us on Super Talk TV, which you find on Facebook Live, Twitter, Twitch, also YouTube, and 997WTN.com. You can listen to us on all kinds of apps, including our own app, 997WTN. So be sure and get involved because there's so much going on that we want to tell you about. And, of course, yesterday, former special counsel Robert Hur, he found himself testifying with the House Judiciary Committee. And, man, it was quite spirited from both sides, actually. And we've got some sound from that. Also coming up later on in the show, we're going to have more on Biden and Biden's problems with memory. And in fact, we got a story on how he acted during an interview with the special counsel. And it's quite disturbing. And then at 7:35, we'll have WTN's own grassroots analyst, Matthew Hurt, is going to join us, and he's going to talk about everything that's happening in the news, plus about the election, and we'll go in depth on what the candidates should probably do to get elected, and especially Donald J. Trump as well. So that's all coming up on the show, plus a gang of three amigos coming up at 5:35, popular restaurant, in fact, a historic restaurant, may be closing unless Nashville can get behind it, plus Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has some interesting running mates, and we'll talk about that as well during the Gang of Three Amigos coming up. So don't go anywhere. Keep it right where you've got it. Super Talk 99.7 WTN. As I said, former special counsel Robert Hur testified at the White House Judiciary Committee yesterday, and he said the White House tried to interfere with his report to the Attorney General on President Joe Biden's abuse of classified documents. And, of course, he talked to several people, one being Jim Jordan, who basically started everything out like this, if I can get it to play. Here we go again. All right.
Mr. Hur, during your one-year investigation, did you have communications with the White House and the White House counsel in particular?
Yes.
I think you had, I got 5 letters that they and they communicated with you regarding your investigation. Is that accurate?
We received a number of letters from White House counsel's office and as well as the president's personal counsel.
Right. They're either special counsel or personal counsel, I see, who signed the letters. And did the White House get the report before the report was made public?
We did provide a draft of the report to the White House counsel's office and members of the president's personal counsel team for their review.
No, I understand. And did the White House then, once they got the report before it went public, did the White House try to weigh in with your investigation on elements of that report and, frankly, get the report changed?
They did request certain edits and changes to the draft report.
Yeah, I see that in the February 5th letter. Did they only correspond with you?
I'm sorry, Congressman. Are you asking if they corresponded with anyone else on my team?
Once you gave the report to the White House,
yes,
they saw changes. I have one letter here that's addressed to you on February 5th, And they said, we're pleased that after more of a year of investigating, you've determined, they respond to the report. And then they disagree with your, they asked for you to change some of the things you had in your report, namely the fact that the president's memory was not very good. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's where we go, and that's pretty interesting. The White House got involved, and they didn't like the part about Joe Biden's memory. However, that's what the special counsel basically used as an excuse not to go after Joe Biden on his mishandling of the docs. So it went further with Jim Jordan, and this is how it played out.
But I also have two other letters. One on February 7th to Merrick Garland, where they raised the same concern, and then on February 12th, where they go to the DAG, Bradley Weinsheimer. You familiar with those?
I am familiar with those letters. Bradley Weinsheimer is an assistant or associate deputy attorney general.
Right, associate DAG, the ADAG, right?
Yes.
And Merrick Garland, of course, is the attorney general. So
yes,
you're familiar with the fact that they went over your head?
They were certainly entitled to write whatever letters they wished to Mr. Weinsheimer and to the attorney general.
I just find that interesting. The White House they're communicating with you throughout this one-year investigation, and then the White House says, "Oh, we're going to go to the principal's office, and we're going to talk about Mr. Herr's report." Do you find that interesting?
As I said, they were free to correspond with whomever in the federal government they wished to correspond with. I did engage in numerous communications with them during the course of the investigation, and as is reflected in the special counsel regulations, the attorney general did provide oversight of my investigation.
So there you go. The White House basically getting really involved with Joe Biden's handling of these documents, and we see a real dichotomy between the way it was handled with Joe Biden and the way it was handled with Donald Trump. But then things got a little dicey when Adam Schiff, and I got to hand it to Trump, because anytime I hear the name Adam Schiff, I automatically think of Shifty Schiff, because he does look shifty. But anyway, he got quite combative with Mr. Herr, and this is the way it sounded with him.
On page 3, it says that Mr. Trump suggested that his attorney falsely represent to the FBI and grand jury that he did not have documents called for by the grand jury subpoena. You didn't find anything like that with respect to Mr. Biden, did you?
Congressman, I do not have the Trump indictment in front of me, but I need to address something that you said in your prior question. What you were suggesting is that I needed to provide a different version of my report that would be fit for public release. That is nowhere in the rules. I was to prepare a confidential report that was comprehensive and thorough of an
What is in the rules, Mr. Herr, what is in the rules is you don't gratuitously do things to prejudice the subject of an investigation when you're declining to prosecute. You don't gratuitously add language that you know will be useful in a political campaign. You were not born yesterday. You understood exactly what you were doing. It was a choice. You certainly didn't have to include that language. You could have said, vis-a-vis the documents that were found at the university, the president did not recall. There is nothing more common. You know this. I know this. There is nothing more common with a witness of any age when asked about events that are years old to say, I do not recall. Indeed, they're instructed by their attorney to do that if they have any question about it. You understood that. You made a choice. That was a political choice. It was the wrong choice. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Uh-huh. Well, see, what he's not really going into, Mr. Schiff isn't talking about, is the fact that that's what saved Biden, basically, was the fact that he couldn't answer questions. In fact, and we'll go in more in depth in this in the next hour, about the interview, because it's unbelievable. There are parts of it, we don't have the audio, but we'll definitely have information on how Joe Biden answered, and it's bizarre. It's bizarre. In fact, during the interview, Joe Biden was making car noises, imitating the sound of a car during his interview about these special documents. But what Schiff's trying to do is basically use that, the fact that Joe Biden has cognitive problems, and that Mr. Herr brought that up in his report, that he's trying to sidestep, and that's not the case at all. And I have to say that Donald Trump did name Adam Schiff the right name, Shifty Schiff, because that's what he is. Well, Matt Gaetz, and I got to hand it to Matt Gaetz, his questioning was spot on. And let me tell you, there's no cognitive problems with Matt Gaetz. Matt got kind of in the face too, but he was just looking for facts. And this is how it went with Mr. Gaetz and Mr. Hur.
February 8th, the White House question, Mr. President, why did you share classified information with your ghostwriter? The President, I did not share classified information. I did not share it. I guarantee I did not. That's not true, is it, Mr. Hur?
That is inconsistent with the findings based on the evidence in my report.
Yes, it's a lie. It's just what regular people would say, right? Yeah, all right. So the next one.
Yeah.
And all the stuff that was in my home was in filing cabinets that were either locked or able to be locked. That wasn't true either, was it?
That was inconsistent with the findings of our investigation.
Another lie, people might say, right? Because what you put in your report was among the places Mr. Biden's lawyers found classified documents in the garage was a damaged open box. So here's what I'm understanding, right? As Mr. Armstrong laid out, you find in your report that the elements of a federal criminal violation are met, but then you apply this senile cooperator theory that because Joe Biden cooperated and the elevator doesn't go to the top floor, you don't think you get a conviction. And I actually think you get to the right answer in that. I don't think Biden should have been charged. Don't think Trump should have been charged. But under the senile cooperator theory, isn't it frustrating that Biden continues to go out and lie about the basic facts of the report that lay out a federal criminal violation?
Congressman, I need to disagree with at least one thing that you said, which is that I found that all of the elements were met. One of the elements of the relevant mishandling statute is the intent element, and what my report reflects is my judgment that based on the evidence, I would not be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt to a jury that that intent element had been met.
Right, but the reason you have that doubt is the senile cooperator theory. The fact that Joe Biden is so inept in responding that you can't prove the intent, which again, I don't quibble with that conclusion, but it's frustrating to be like, oh, well, this guy's not getting treated the same way as Trump because the elevator's not going to the top floor, so we can't prove intent. While at the same time, Biden goes out there at the White House and says, well, you know, he just blatantly lies. And what I'm trying to figure out is whether or not Biden's lying because he's still so senile, he hasn't read your report, or whether it's a little craftier and a little more devious and perhaps a little more intentional.
I would go with the latter, but that's just me. But Matt Gaetz is exactly right, and he did make the point that neither Donald Trump nor Joe Biden should have been charged, but that they are being treated not the same way, which is the truth. Look at how the FBI handled the Trump document. I mean, they went into Mar-a-Lago. They pulled everybody out of the house. They weren't allowed to look at security cameras, while the FBI just rifled through all of their stuff. And that's troubling because Lord knows what went on without anybody's knowledge. And thanks to the previous administration a couple of terms ago, I'm talking about the Obama administration and the Biden administration, they have weaponized the DOJ and the FBI to basically do their dirty work. But Matt Gaetz went on, and he had some good points here as well with Mr. Hur.
Did it give concern to you that the Biden Penn Center, where all this classified stuff was being mishandled, was being floated by foreign governments?
Congressman, we were concerned with getting to the bottom of all of the classified documents that were recovered during the course of our...
Yeah, but what bothers me is that the money that was paying for the place where the documents were being inappropriately held, it was the Chinese and it was other foreign countries. Did that play into your analysis? Did you look into the $1 billion in foreign funding sources at the Biden Center at UPenn, for example?
And we conducted a thorough, impartial, and fair investigation, and we were very, very concerned with getting to the bottom of all the relevant questions relating to the recovered documents.
Did you look into the fact that the Chinese were floating the place where this guy was keeping the documents unsecure? Yes or no?
Congressman, to the extent that we identified evidence that was relevant and significant to our investigation, we put it in our report.
Okay, well, it seemed relevant to me, maybe not to you. Another thing that seemed relevant to me is this ghostwriter, right? So the ghostwriter purposefully deletes this evidence that seems to be like show culpability of Biden's crimes, and you don't charge him. Why did you not charge the ghostwriter with obstructing justice and deleting evidence?
Well, for a number of reasons that are laid out in the report. But in brief, Congressman, yes, when we interviewed the ghostwriter, he did tell us, and I'm trying to get the exact language, that one of the things on his mind, one of the things he was aware of, was that I had been appointed special counsel and was conducting an investigation.
Right, so he didn't, just so everybody knows, the ghostwriter didn't delete the recordings just as a matter of happenstance. Ghostwriter has recordings of Biden making admissions of crimes. He then learns that you've been appointed. He then deletes the information that is the evidence, and you don't charge him.
That is reflected in the report, and one of the reasons...
Like, what does somebody have to do to get charged with obstruction of justice by you? If like deleting the evidence of crimes doesn't count, what would meet the standard?
So, Congressman, as we state in the relevant chapter of the report, one of the things that Mr. Zwanitzer did not delete was transcripts of the recordings that he had created that included inculpatory evidence relating to Mr. Biden.
Oh, so if you destroy some evidence but not other evidence, that somehow absolves you of the evidence you destroy? Here's what I see. Zwanniger should have been charged, wasn't. Biden and Trump should have been treated equally. They weren't. And that is the double standard that I think a lot of Americans are concerned about.
Very true. Very true. And this just proves more and more that Biden just willfully lies. You know, the Democrats may be upset that Hur's conclusion that Mr. Biden was likely a well-meaning, sympathetic, elderly man with a poor memory. And he does have cognitive issues, but the man lies. He lies constantly. His whole administration lies to the American people. No matter what the subject is, whether it's the pullout of Afghanistan, whether it's the border, whether it's supply chain problems, I don't care what the subject is. Karine Jean-Pierre gets in front of the White House press corps and lies willfully because that's what she's directed to do by Joe Biden and his administration. And I have my own beliefs that Joe Biden really isn't leading the country. He's not the big guy. I do believe there are other people that are running the country, really. And of course, they instruct people to lie. And Matt Gaetz is right. Donald Trump and Joe Biden have not been treated equally in this case. And Donald Trump will never be treated fairly because the government is out to get him. He found out the swamp's a lot deeper than he thought it was. And I hope he has the fortitude and I hope he has the backing that can fight his way back in. And maybe we can right this ship. It's 5:23. It's Nashville's Morning News. Coming up at 5:30, News with Ken Weaver. What is coming up, Brother Ken?
Well, Biden and Trump headed for something that hasn't happened in almost 7 decades. Tennessee leading Republicans support cutting taxes, but not the way Democrats wanted to. And we're learning new details about that mid-flight door panel blowout aboard an Alaska Airlines jet in January. That might make you think twice. We'll tell you at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
And make me think once not to do it.
Yeah.
Hey, it's 5:23. Yeah. Coming up at 5:35. The Gang of Three Amigos will look at an historic Nashville restaurant may be closing unless we can save it. And RFK Jr., he's got some interesting running mates. We'll talk about that. Much more. The Gang of Three Amigos on Nashville's Morning News, right where you've got it. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. I'm looking at a 20-minute delay right now north of Nashville, 24 eastbound in Clarksville. Right now, looks like it's stop-and-go traffic there between Rossview Road and MLK Parkway. Got the full forecast and another traffic update in 5 minutes. Election 2024. Rick Klein says both President Biden and former President Trump now officially their party's presumptive nominees.
It's about as early as anyone could mathematically clinch it. It's very hard to imagine that it could have gone more smoothly, frankly, for either man.
Yeah, now November 5th will be the first presidential rematch the U.S. has seen since 1956, when Dwight D. Eisenhower defeated Adlai Stevenson for a second time to hold on to the White House. Right now in Tennessee, the grocery tax stays put. Republicans effectively killed the bill that would have banned cities and counties from taxing groceries because it increased taxes on businesses in return. And a bill to raise the state's minimum wage to $20 an hour, that's dead too. There are still more questions than answers in the disappearance of Missouri college student Riley Strain. He's not been seen since going downtown with his fraternity Friday night. Channel 4 has part of the 911 call that didn't come until 16 hours later.
911, what is the address of your emergency?
Hi, I don't have an address. I'm trying to file a missing persons report. We're here on a fraternity formal trip. It's one of my good buddies. His name is Riley Strain.
Search crews continue to look for Strain along the Cumberland River and surrounding areas yesterday afternoon. We're learning new details about that mid-flight door panel blowout aboard an Alaska Airlines jet in January that's brought the plane's manufacturer Boeing under intense scrutiny from federal regulators. Alaska Airlines had planned to take that brand new Boeing 737 MAX 9 in for maintenance that very night to investigate warning lights related to the plane's pressurization system. But they didn't. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Hey, good morning. 5:37. It is a Wednesday morning, hump day, they call it. And it is time for the Gang of Three Amigos. A quick note before I introduce everybody. Some of our commercials, they could stop with the oily stools. Because if you're having breakfast, you're drinking coffee, or maybe you're having a little chocolate pudding, that's not going to go over well, okay? Just a little...
Well, you might slide off of them.
Very true. In the newsroom, Ken Weaver. Good morning, Ken.
Good morning, boys. Yes.
In the spot where I'm usually at, Mason Fleming is here.
Good morning.
Good morning. A little more lively there. Good morning.
Good morning.
Super. That sounds great. Johnny B here. I'm in for Dan Mandis, who is, of course, on a sea cruise this week.
You think he's sunburned yet?
Oh, I'm sure he is.
Yeah.
And he's probably just really jonesing for his phone.
Yeah, exactly. Wonder what Johnny and Ken are talking about.
Yeah, I can. He's probably going around to people. Hey, do you have Wi-Fi in your?
Can I get an extra celery stick?
Well,
I will say I did get a text message from Mr. Dan Mandis himself yesterday asking if my car was okay.
So he's listening.
He is paying attention.
So he's listening.
He's on the. He knows what's going on here.
See, he just cannot get away.
No.
I mean, this guy.
Just keep it in ear. Keep an ear to the ground.
Keep it in ear to the ground.
Or the sea.
Or the sea, yeah.
Right.
Or the poop deck.
I pray. After our spot, I don't know if I'd be saying the poop deck. But
Fair
anyway,
enough.
I hope he is having a good time. And
Me too.
And speaking of good time, we got a couple of concerts I'm going to tell you about before we get to the meat of what we're going to talk about in the Three Amigos.
All right, let's hear it, Brother Johnny B.
We've got a big 30th anniversary. A 30th anniversary North American tour that is going to be stopping at Bridgestone Arena on Tuesday, September 17th. That's Weezer. All you big Weezer fans. Yeah, they'll be coming to town. And I understand the Flaming Lips and Dinosaur Jr. are opening for them.
Cool.
And those tickets will go on sale for everybody on March 15th at about 10 a.m. And you can also get pre-sales if you join their fan club and all that stuff.
And when are they in town again?
They are going to be here. I had it written down. September 17th.
Why do these homies keep dissing my girl? Why do they got a front?
Weezer.
Yep.
Gotta love them.
You do. They're a good band, man. I like them.
I love Weezer.
Yeah. And being an asthma sufferer, I just like the name because
it's just relatable.
It is. I relate totally to it. Also, there's another concert. I really would love for anybody that is near Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. You need to go see the Goldens. I'm telling you, this is William Lee Golden, his sons, Chris and Rusty. Sometimes they have, even the grandchildren involved. That is a very musical family and a very cool family, too. But they've put out, it's like a group of records or CDs or downloads, whatever you use. But they do a great job, and they cover a lot of great songs, and they put on a great show. So I would suggest, if you're anywhere near Lawrenceburg, Tennessee, on Thursday, April 11th, 3 generations of the Goldens are going to be on stage live. That will be phenomenal.
They got Jack Daniels down there, right?
I think that I don't think that's Lawrence. I think that is Lynchburg.
Oh, that's Lynchburg.
Yeah, you're thinking of Lynchburg.
We'll stop through Lynchburg on the way.
Why not?
Afterward, and if you're in a cab.
And I have a little parcel of land, where Jack Daniels, they make you a squire. I'm actually a squire.
You got a little piece of land down there?
Oh, yeah, because they give you a little patch. It's not even.
Oh, I was getting ready to say, let's go.
Oh, yeah.
I got a tent.
I'm guaranteed.
We'll just live there.
I was telling them the walkway they had, which was really impressionable. It was really cool.
Yeah.
I said, I think I paid for this back in the day.
I believe this is mine.
Yeah, I do. I do believe I drank enough Jack Daniels that I helped them tremendously. They love me down in Lynchburg.
They love me.
And I love them. And speaking of down in that area, did you guys hear about this? This is the owner of the world's longest bar has big plans for Cheville.
Cheville?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Shelbyville, for those that are new to the area.
Got to translate there.
Yeah, this is a former Sony Entertainment Pictures executive, Keith Weaver.
You think we might be related?
Might be.
I might have to give him a call.
Yeah, see if you got an in. Maybe you can get in first.
Hey, cuz.
But listen up. He's planning to start plans for a new, what is it, Nashwood Entertainment, a new real estate and hospitality company that'll be based in Shelbyville that is fueled by the same big dreams that allowed Nearest Green to become what Weaver says is one of the most visited distilleries in the world. He said through Nashwood, he plans to invest $100 million into Shelbyville and Bedford County.
Wow.
Including rehabilitating several downtown buildings, adding a top-tier hotel, elevated food and beverage options, and possibly bring a Bonnaroo-style music festival to the Shelbyville area and Bedford County. So that's a big shot in the arm for that area.
Oh, yeah.
And the nicest
Especially
people.
as long as it goes well, like that'll be great for the area. Yeah.
Yeah, it will. But I'm telling you, Shelbyville, some of the nicest people I've ever met.
They are good people down there.
They're really good people, and it's a really neat town. And I'm glad to see this happen for them because it will really revitalize downtown because it's needed it,
man,
badly.
That'll just be something else to see in between Huntsville and Nashville.
Exactly.
And it'll be right by us, Brother Johnny B.
Sure will. I see road trip.
Yep. You and I, we'll go build a little tiny cabin on that parcel of land of yours.
Yeah, the cabin's going to be one of those, those really tiny houses.
Then we won't like each other.
Yeah. Ken and Johnny said they'll never work together again. I never want to hear from him again.
Well, if you'd built the building a little bigger than an outhouse, I think you might have a little more space there.
Yeah, but the little parcel of land isn't that big. Yeah.
Get a nice 2x4.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we have a very, I've talked about this before on the Gang of Three Amigos.
What's that?
Monell's. They are fighting back as a historic mansion that houses Monell's by the airport.
Oh, yeah.
Is in risk of being demolished next month. It's April that the airport authority, the Nashville Airport Authority, plans to bring the building down. According to the owner, this mansion, first built in the 1800s, this is, of course, it's not only a restaurant, but it's also been home to wedding celebrations, anniversary milestones, and used to be a former gentleman's club and hangout spots for past presidents and people from around the world. I mean, it's got quite a history to it. If you've ever seen the building, it is beautiful. You can see it from Murfreesboro Road.
So they're going to save it?
They're trying to. The owner is trying to. What he said is, let me see if I can get the. Okay, here we go. But he said what he's trying to do is to save this building. He's offered to pay what it takes to renovate the property. Mm-hmm. Said he'd even pay to move the building, which would be a good idea. He said, according to him, who wouldn't want to do this? That's what you do with saving history. And that's been part of my problem with people that are coming into the area that are new. They seem to be destroying what made Nashville, Nashville. It's happened on Music Row. I watched one day being on the air here, as back when I was on the syndicated part of the Phil Valentine show, watched out the window as they destroyed the sound shop. That's where Paul McCartney recorded.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Goodness.
And they put up a condo.
Goodness.
Yeah.
Stop that.
They also tore down Porter Wagner's studio. That used to be, I think it was called Fireside Studio. A lot of classic hits recorded there. And, I think it was, I forget the producer's name. He's a legendary producer. He just goes, it's just buildings. Goodness. No, it's not. It's part of history. And Nashville should celebrate that part of history. Part of the problem, too, is some of the people that are coming here don't really understand country music and don't hold it in any kind of regard. Yeah. They kind of snub their nose at it.
Well, they're just coming here to get drunk.
Yeah, and have a bachelorette
Come in here
party.
to get drunk and ride around on strange vehicles downtown.
Woo! Yeah, boy.
Hoping that the videos taken by cell phones don't get out on the internet.
Please don't show my fiance. He'll never marry me. I remember coming to work one day, and this was back when I worked afternoons, and it was only like noon.
Oh, yeah.
And there was a bachelorette party. Of course, they were riding one of the pedal taverns, and they were already screaming.
Oh, yeah.
Drunk. And they must have had a lot of money because they even had T-shirts made up. I mean, everybody was wearing them, all these girls.
Yeah, it's getting ready to be drunk girl time.
Oh, yeah.
It's getting warm, and I mean, they're revving up, man.
There's going to be the short denim skirts and the cowboy boots.
Because that's how we all dress in Nashville.
And, of course, all you guys carry your guitar case. Yeah. You can always tell what my dad used to call them. Looky there's a wounded guitar picker. Well, speaking of wounded guitar pickers, Ken,
yeah,
what do you think of RFK Jr.'s proposed running mates?
Yeah. Apparently, Jesse the Body Ventura, everybody knows him from professional wrestling, and the former governor of Minnesota.
Yeah, Minnesota.
And sorry about that, Minnesotans. I'm terrible at that. But anyway, and then NFL quarterback Aaron Rodgers under consideration as Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s running mates. I liked what the guys said overnight.
What'd they say?
About Jesse Ventura.
What'd they say? It had to be good.
If there's ever a debate between Kamala Harris and Jesse Ventura, they can picture Kamala telling the moderator, "I yield my time.
I yield all of my time to my opponent.
And just let Jesse go."
Well, in Minnesota. That's going to be interesting.
By the way, I love Jesse Ventura, man. He was very entertaining.
Oh, was he ever, man? He made that him and Ross Perot, you're the boss of this country.
Can I finish? Can I finish?
You're the owners of this country.
But, very interesting. Yeah. Apparently from the story I saw here on from our network, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Aaron Rodgers have been seen together quite a bit here lately.
Oh, really?
Both of them are very anti-vaccine mandate. So that's one thing they have in common. Not sure what the connection is with Jesse Ventura, but interesting choices, man.
Boy, you're not kidding. It's going to be an interesting election.
Well, we got 8 months. This is going to be an 8-month campaign, baby.
It is, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens with Joe Biden.
Yes, it
amount
is.
of time, because coming up like in the 8 o'clock hour, I can't believe this story because it basically tells you what it was like in the interview with the special counsel. The dude was making noises.
What?
Yes. While he was he'd go off subject. He'd start talking about, it was just bizarre.
So you've got this.
Yes. I mean, I don't have sound, of course, because it was, private. But I've got the inside story. It is really, it's jarring. It makes you wonder.
Yeah.
Well, it just basically points out to me that Joe Biden really isn't running the country. He's running it, of course, but I don't think he's in charge. I think someone else is basically playing puppet master.
Yeah, it just happens to be that his name is attached to every move that they make.
That's right, because I just don't buy it. Where's Don? Where's Don this morning?
He's getting sunburned, Mr. President.
Where's he at?
He's floating the Harpeth.
I heard he's opening something in Shelbyville. Is that right? I was going to open something in. So anyway, when you see someone like that, and people get mad at me for making fun of him, but I don't, because I think the guy's a lying weasel.
Hey, he chooses to be there, and his handlers say he is fine. Just ask Joe Scarborough.
Yeah, I'll just ask Jill Biden.
Yeah, Dr. Jill.
Dr. Jill will tell you he's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, Joe, clap.
That's PhD, Dr. Jill.
Give me a break.
You might give yourself a break. You never know. It's 5:52. Ken Weaver, what's coming up with the news at 6 a.m.?
Well, leading Tennessee Republicans say they're all about cutting taxes, but not the way Democrats wanted to. And you're going to hear the story out of North Carolina. Dan Hemby is desperate. His beloved alligator snapping turtle named Thanos is missing. Wait do you hear how big this thing is and what it can do to somebody if it gets a hold of them, or as we say in the South, holt of them. Details at 6 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Brother Ken. Coming up next hour, in the 6 o'clock hour, we got more on Biden and his testimony yesterday. And you won't believe what they had to go through interviewing Joe Biden. You'll learn more about that coming up right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
6 o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Looks like the threat of severe weather is dropping, but there still could be a lot of rain later this week. Got the full forecast, traffic update in 5 minutes. Election 2024, both President Biden, former President Trump clinching their party's nominations. Trump releasing this video overnight.
We're not going to take time to celebrate. We'll celebrate in 8 months when the election is over.
Might independent candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. play the role of spoiler with the help of some star power? NFL quarterback Aaron Rodgers is on Kennedy's short list of potential running mates. And right now in Tennessee, the effort to eliminate grocery taxes is effectively dead, and so is raising the minimum wage in Tennessee to $20 an hour. Both are Democrat-backed bills, but Republicans put them down. Republicans say they support a tax decrease, but they say the grocery tax elimination bill would increase taxes on businesses in return. They want to keep the state business-friendly, which means jobs. And still more questions than answers after a Missouri college student vanished after a night on the town with his fraternity on Friday. 22-year-old Riley Strain's friends didn't report him missing to police until 16 hours after he disappeared. Strain is seen on surveillance camera footage stumbling around downtown alone. Channel 4 talked to a smoke shop owner who says they saw Strain but didn't think anything was out of the ordinary.
I see this situation like 3-4 times a day. So many people fall down on the floor because of drink.
Search and rescue crews have launched boats to search the Cumberland River, but they have not brought in divers as of yet. And right now in North Carolina, Dan Hemby is desperate.
It's almost like losing a piece of myself, to be honest with you.
His beloved alligator snapping turtle named Thanos is missing. Last seen on the road to the Durham Reptile Expo on Sunday. Hemby says there's no way Thanos could have escaped its safe container, and he suspects theft, possibly at a rest stop outside Durham.
If you see him, please let us know. Be careful. If somebody stole him, please just get him home or just make sure he's safe.
Yeah, be careful. Thanos, the alligator snapping turtle, is 150 pounds heavy, 38 inches long. He's 100 years old, but has jaws powerful enough to snap through bone. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Jim Ryan.
Investors snapped their doldrums Tuesday, sending the S&P 1.1% higher to a new record close. The Nasdaq surged 1.5% yesterday. The Dow Jones added 235 points to close just above 39,000. Stocks rose despite the latest consumer price index report that showed inflation ticking up a bit in February to 3.2% compared to a year ago. The Fed has indicated that it wants inflation to slow down to around 2% before it drops interest rates. Adidas warns of a sales decline for the rest of the year. Part of the drag on profits at the athletic apparel company is blamed on Adidas' decision to discontinue its Yeezy line after a string of anti-Semitic comments by namesake Kanye West. Put away the Gucci, Louis Vuitton, and Coach bags, Trader Joe's mini canvas tote bags have taken over TikTok. They sell in store for $2.99, but one eBay listing is offering one for $999. Even Trader Joe's can't explain the phenomenon.
All right, checking futures ahead of this morning's opening bell on Wall Street. Dow futures up 57. S&P is flat. NASDAQ down 34. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Good morning. It's 6:07. It's Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis is taking a nice cruise this week, and we understand he's probably listening, so I hope he's having a great time and doesn't listen too much. Pay more attention to the wife and the kid. Anyway, we're glad to have you on board. Johnny B. in for Dan, along with Ken Weaver and Mason Fleming, and we're happy to have you. You can get in touch with us through the Members Nutrition Super Text line. That's 615-737-9986. Also, catch us on Super Talk TV. You can see how ugly Johnny B. is by going to Facebook Live, also Twitch, Twitter, or X, and YouTube, along with 997WTN.com. You can also listen to the station through apps like ours, 997 WTN, or any other way. There's no escaping us. There's just no getting away from us whatsoever. We're like, we're kind of like an ex-wife that you like. Or ex-spouse, I should say. Ex-spouse. There we go. Anyway, on sports news, I'm very sad to say goodbye to none other than the wrecking crew man himself. Yes, indeed, leaving the Titans. It's not a happy day, but I'm having a Joe Biden moment. I can't remember the name of the guy now. Derrick Henry. Thank you,
King Henry.
King Henry is. It's like watching your ex-wife, a wife you really loved, going away and marrying someone else. Yeah.
Boy.
So I just had to say that. I'm sorry. Derrick Henry, I've been a fan because he played for Alabama, and much to the chagrin of some of you out there, I'm a Crimson Tide fan. And Derrick Henry gave us some of the best football I have ever watched. And I was so happy when he came to the Titans. But he's having to leave. And
well, maybe he'll get a good offensive line where he goes.
Well, yeah.
Last year, basically, they hand him the ball, and he's already getting hit.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So maybe he'll get a little more protection next time.
But who can ever forget him stiff-arming people, stiff-arming defensive backs, turning them into blockers for him heading down the field?
Well, it's like one gentleman that was a friend of my sister. He got to be on the field and watch him play. And he said, when you see Derrick Henry running toward you, he said, it's a scary sight.
That's why you've got to hit him the minute he gets the ball, man.
Exactly.
He gets that big lean going.
Exactly.
Look out.
But anyway, just had to say that because I'm a big Derrick Henry fan, even though I had a Joe Biden moment and could not think of the name.
Headed to the Ravens.
Yes, he is. Man.
Headed to the Ravens.
That's still tough. I'm sorry. But anyway, to the meat of the program, the House Judiciary Committee, yesterday, of course, we had the big hearing with Mr. Hur, and we found out that Joe Biden is currently cognitively impaired, which I may be too, since I can't remember Derrick Henry's name. But before such a lapse, he held classified documents knowing that it was against the law. In fact, we learned that by listening to testimony yesterday during this hearing.
Mr. Hur, classified documents were found at the Penn Biden Center?
That's correct.
They were found in President Biden's garage?
In Wilmington, Delaware, yes.
And in his basement den?
Also in the same home, yes.
In his main floor office?
Correct.
And his third floor den?
Correct.
At the University of Delaware?
Correct.
And at the Biden Institute?
Correct.
But nothing happens. No charges, no FBI home raid like they did to Donald Trump. No charges, no justice. So that's interesting. That's what we found out yesterday. But we also found out, too, from gentleman, Representative Russell Fry of South Carolina. He talked to Greta Van Susteren, and he said, Joe is really in bad shape and can't remember hardly anything.
Well, I think the biggest, revelation was, one, you confirmed Joe Biden's mental state. And obviously I had some disagreements with Mr. Hur on the ultimate prosecutor authority, but we know now, based on not only just the report itself, but his testimony, that Joe Biden, in 9 different locations, kept classified documents. We know that he kept them for gratuitous purposes. He was clearly writing a book, and he believed that they were his. And despite 36 years in the Senate, 8 years as vice president, in handling classified information, even knowing, his own staff when he was vice president had to create a memo on how to handle classified information, he continued to do so. And so that was the big revelation to me, and really where I pushed Mr. Hur, because the willfulness doesn't trigger now, it triggers at the time that the crime was committed. And so we know that he is in a diminished mental capacity today, but when he was vice president, it was very different. And so I ultimately, disagreed with the finding. Look, we've had 3 presidential candidates since 2016. All 3 have been accused of having problems with classified information, but only one of them has been charged, and that's Donald Trump.
That's very true. That's very true. And remember how Donald Trump was treated during that time. Remember the FBI raid? You didn't see that with Joe Biden. Not at all. They both were treated so differently. And one person that brings that up is none other than Ohio's own Jim Jordan, whom I really like. And this is what he had to say about that situation.
Problems with the intel community and information that they put out there. I go back to the 51 former intel officials and how they put out that statement that said the Hunter Biden laptop was a Russian information operation, when that was garbage. So we want to know about this. We want to know about the idea that they were paying foreign sources or going to foreign sources, encouraging them to go spy on President Trump's campaign. We want to get answers to those kind of questions, because you said it best there, Rob, when you talk about what they will try to do to President Trump to keep him from getting back in office. Because remember, they don't want him back in office because he actually did what he said he was going to do and fought for we the people. But remember what they've done. They spied on his campaign. Then it was Mueller investigation, $30 million, 19 lawyers, all that craziness. Then it was impeachment 1. Then it was the raiding of his home. Then it was the naming of Jack Smith as special counsel. Then it was the 14th Amendment. And if we go back and look at some of these things, you find out the only thing we missed was that oftentimes it's worse than we thought. And that's what we're starting to hear about now, clear back to the spying episode on his 2016 campaign. So we want to get information on that and a whole host of things that we're trying to get from the intelligence community relative to what they've told us that just turned out not to be true.
Everybody lying to you, eh? That's a big shock, especially with this administration. That's the whole thing. Joe Biden has been treated so differently than former President Donald Trump during this doc investigation. And we learned that from the hearing yesterday. And it's troubling. And what's even more troubling is the DOJ's interview with President Joe Biden. It's very alarming. And we'll have that story coming up next, along with Donald Trump saying Joe Biden's getting off scot-free. It's 6:15. It's time to check the roads from the WTN Traffic Center. Thank you much, Jack. Looks like it's going to be beautiful today. Sun and clouds mixed. We'll have a high 75 degrees. That sounds so nice. Tomorrow, it's going to be even better. We may even break a record. We'll have a high near 80, may even go over 80. And then on Friday, rain moves in. They're taking the strong storm prediction out, so that's nice. We may see just a thunderstorm, mostly showers, and a high that day in the 70s. Right now, 46 degrees. Can't complain too much about that either. So the Department of Justice interview transcript, we've been talking about this morning. And the transcript of this interview that Joe Biden had with special counsel Bob Hur showed the president frequently wandered off topic. The transcript was obtained by Breitbart in advance of Hur's testimony to the House Judiciary Committee. It showed that a prosecutor had asked Biden about his beloved Corvette, trying to pinpoint the timeline of when the classified documents were moved to make room for his car in his home garage. According to attorney Mark Krickenbaum, he asked Biden, do you remember whether it was when the Corvette was coming back after the Jay Leno show? So in other words, it goes out for Jay Leno. Eventually it comes back. Biden responds. And I got to do my Biden voice. Sorry. Oh, no, it was in and out for a bunch of reasons. Before starting just to chatter away about nonsense. Because it drove me crazy. I wanted to drive it. He continued. Then the lawyer responded, got it, that makes sense, a beautiful car. According to the transcript, Biden then proceeded to talk about the car and made car noises. Like, The worst part was he could, this is what Biden said. He said, I couldn't drive it outside the driveway. It's a long driveway. So I get to the bottom of the driveway, tack it up about $4,000, and then he said they starts making more car noises.
But by the way, my Corvette's in a locked garage.
So he wasn't basically making any sense at all, making car noises.
We got to get that audio.
Oh, man, I want that audio. We got to find it. Then he started talking about cars in general before her interrupted with, sir, I would love to hear much more about this, but I do have a few more questions to get through. Biden ignored him totally, continued talking about cars, to which her finally said, all right, so let's launch into the next subject, which relates to the Penn Biden Center. Another portion of the transcript shows that Herb was asking Biden about the time he lived at the Naval Observatory as vice president that ended up with Biden discussing a man losing part, of his private parts. Herb said, now let's talk about the Naval Observatory. So you've been living there for 8 years. At the end of your vice presidency, what kinds of papers or documents or files were at the Naval Observatory as you were preparing to leave and move out? Biden then launched into a long-winded story where he talked about waiting for bar exam results and working for a law firm in the meantime that was representing a young man. And Biden said in the interview, this poor kid is down a 100-foot vessel chimney scraping the hydrogen bubbles off the inside. They were made to shut the plant down once every, about 8 months or 6 months, a year, whatever it is. He was wearing the wrong pants, wrong jeans, and a spark caught fire and got caught in the container vessel, and he lost part of his manhood and one of his cojones, and he was just 23 years old. After he told this story and continuing on about how he got involved in politics, Herr finally had to interrupt him and say, so, sir, the material that you remember having, again, trying to steer us back to the end of your vice presidency and focusing on your move out of the Naval Observatory, Biden once again meandered off on a tangent when asked, did you bring classified material with you from the West Wing or the Naval Observatory to the lake house? Biden responded, but then veered off into a detailed description of his office and pictures before recalling a trip to Mongolia. He said, I went to Mongolia and, great pictures. Oh, they're wonderful. I unfortunately embarrassed the hell out of the leader of Mongolia. And so we're out in the middle of nowhere, and they're looking up on the hill, and we see this tiny line. It's a 20-mile horse race with all these kids under the age of 16 on bareback racing to come down. And, they're sumo wrestlers doing everything they do. He then continued to talk about how he was handed a bow and arrow, and he hit a target on a hay bale. After that story, one of the attorneys requested to take a break. No wonder. That's what they're dealing with this man. Good Lord.
It's just out of the clear blue, I was handed a bow and arrow and hit a hay bale. Wow.
Can you imagine talking to this guy? Oh, my gosh. I thought I was bad just forgetting Henry's name for a minute, but somebody's name escaping your brain, that happens periodically, especially when lights are on. But I can't imagine having to interview somebody and they go off on tangents like this.
Please let there be a debate. Please.
See, and if Trump's smart, he'll do the same thing you were saying that Kamala Harris would do.
Just let him go.
Yeah, I'd say, I love Joe. Hey, I give all my time to Joe Biden. Go, Joe.
Wow.
And Joan Shingang, I'm going to pronounce it, Shanga Kawawa.
Where is that from?
It's one of my favorite clips they got on the soundboard here.
Well, let's play it again. We got to hear
Mac and Bell pulled this one together.
Let's put it together.
Joan Shingang, I'm going to pronounce it, Shanga Kawawa.
If Trump loses, it's his own fault.
Come on, man.
If you can't beat that guy. 623.
Wow.
Let's find out what's happening in the news with Ken Weaver at 630.
Well, Biden and Trump, they're headed for something that hasn't happened in almost 7 decades.
Yeah.
Tennessee leading Republicans, they support cutting taxes, but they say not the way Democrats wanted to this time around. And we're learning new details about that mid-flight door panel blowout aboard an Alaska Airlines jet in January. We'll tell you what was discussed the day before it happened, coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you much, Ken. Coming up at 6:35, we'll delve into Biden's secret migrant flights, or what I call illegal immigrant flights. Plus, we may have more illegal immigrants coming from a Caribbean country. And the Biden administration says they're getting ready for that. Oh, boy. 624, that's all coming up right here on Super Talk 99.7.
6:30 on the dot this Wednesday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Full forecast and traffic coming up in 5 minutes and election 2024. Rick Klein says both President Biden and former President Trump officially their party's presumptive nominees.
It's about as early as anyone could mathematically clinch it. It's very hard to imagine that it could have gone more smoothly, frankly, for either man.
Yeah, November 5th will be the first presidential rematch the U.S. has seen since 1956 when Dwight D. Eisenhower defeated Adlai Stevenson for a second time to hold on to the White House. Right now in Tennessee, the grocery tax stays put. Republicans effectively killed the bill that would have banned cities and counties from taxing groceries because it increases taxes on businesses in return. And a bill to raise the state's minimum wage to $20 an hour. That's dead, too. Still more questions and answers in the disappearance of Missouri college student Riley Strain. He's not been seen since going downtown with his fraternity buddies Friday night. Channel 4 has part of the 911 call that didn't come until 16 hours later.
911, what is the address of your emergency?
Hi, I don't have an address. I'm trying to file a missing persons report. We're here on a fraternity formal trip. It's one of my good buddies. His name is Riley Strain.
Search crews continued to search the Cumberland River and surrounding areas yesterday afternoon. And we're learning new details about the mid-flight door panel blowout aboard an Alaska Airlines jet in January that's brought the plane's manufacturer Boeing under intense scrutiny from federal regulators. Alaska Airlines had planned to take the brand new Boeing 737 MAX 9 in for maintenance that very night to investigate warning lights related to the plane's pressurization system. They did not. Then the door panel blew off at 16,000 feet shortly after the jet took off from Portland on January 5th. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
and Joan Shingang, I'm going to pronounce it, Shanga Kawawa.
Well, that's Joe Biden. He's clinched the nomination.
Shanga Kawawa.
Making car noises and saying things like that.
Recanting outrageous stories of successful archery trips.
Yeah.
I'm not going nuts.
Well, we are, sir. It's 6:39. It's Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis is taking a cruise, a well-deserved one, and he'll be back on Monday. We're looking forward to that day, and we're glad to have you with us on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Ken Weaver and Mason Fleming on board, as well as Johnny B here. Also, you can get involved with us with the Members Nutrition Super Text line, 615-737-9986. Been very active, and I appreciate that. And we'll read a few of them here in just a moment. And, of course, you can watch us on Super Talk TV, Facebook Live, Twitch, Twitter, X, whatever you call it, and YouTube, along with 997WTN.com. Good morning to everyone. I hope you're having a good morning. And former President Donald Trump, I can understand why he's railing against the divergent cases brought against him compared to President Joe Biden, as we learned yesterday in the hearings, that Joe Biden is getting a free pass from his own Department of Justice while Trump continues to still be fighting and not treated fairly in my book. But at 6:40, we're also talking about illegal immigration because it's just not going away. And we have the revelation, of course, that the Biden administration secretly flew 320,000. That's 320,000 illegal immigrants into the country secretly. And Ted Cruz, he got on with Greta Van Susteren. He was not happy, and this is what he had to say.
It really is astonishing. The news broke that the Biden administration actively flew into this country, 320,000 people, illegal immigrants from other countries, flew them into America, didn't just encounter them at the border. You know, the Biden administration likes to say, gosh, we're just facing this wave of migration. No, in this instance, the Biden administration put out an app called CBP One that they could put online. They wanted to come, and the Biden administration would fly them in. And they're doing it secretly. As you noted, they flew them into 43 airports. They will not answer what airports they're sending them into. So we know the number 43. The only reason this is public is that they were sued under the Freedom of Information Act, and they handed over this information in that lawsuit. But the Biden White House hasn't told the American people who it's brought in. It hasn't told them which airports. It claims that identifying the airports that it's flying illegal immigrants into would somehow undermine national security, which is really ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. Undermine security? Flying people in here that we don't know anything about and letting people just trail across the border that we know nothing about their history. That is an outrage. That is security being lost. In fact, when 9/11 happened, I myself criticized George W. Bush's administration for not closing the borders then. That would have been the first thing I would have done as a president, to keep the country safe. But instead, everything was just as it's normally been. The problem is with this administration, they've ramped it up. And in fact, this morning, usually by this time of the morning, when we go to FAIR, that's the folks for the Federation for American Immigration Reform, we go to their website, which is fair.org, fairus.org. They have a counter on there of how many illegal immigrants have crossed the country daily. Usually around this time, it's around 1,500, maybe 1,900 illegal immigrants coming across. This morning, we're already at 2,000. Oh, we just clicked over. 2,117. Folks, this is daily. And now they're flying them in. The government is. And it's Biden's Custom and Border Protection, CBP. They approved secret flights that in 2023, last year, transported hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants from foreign airports into 43 American destinations, all pre-approved using the CBP One cell phone app. Get the app. You'll become a citizen right away. And as we know, this is a way for the Democrats to get new voters. The CBP said on its website the app was designed to schedule appointments at land ports of entry and has increased its capacity to, quote, process migrants, or, as should be said, illegal immigrants more efficiently and orderly, while cutting out unscrupulous smugglers who endanger and profit from vulnerable illegal immigrants. They say migrants, I say illegal immigrants. This is an invasion. That's what it is. Truth told, 10.4 million illegal immigrants who have come into this country. That's how many have come across. And that's when, I like Donald Trump as a president, but he claims he can get them out of the country. I don't know if that's a fact, because you're talking about 10.4 million illegal immigrants that have just walked across the border, have been flown in by this administration. And there's more coming. And they're from a Caribbean country that's seeing some problems. We'll have that for you coming up next at 6:45. Time to check the roads from the WTN Traffic Center. Thank you, Jack. I understand you folks on 24 East coming out of Clarksville. It is horrible, but you know what I call 24? I don't care where you're at, whether you're in Clarksville, Murfreesboro. It's the highway to hell. That's what it is, I'm telling you. 6:45. Looking at our weather forecast, though, it's going to be nice. Sunny, some clouds today with a high of 75. Tomorrow, even better. We're going to be up near 80 degrees. We may even break a record tomorrow. And then Friday, we got some rain and thunderstorms moving in. Nothing severe like they had once said. Right now, 45 degrees on Nashville's Music Row. It is a beautiful morning. Beautiful morning in spite of some of the news we're getting. During a hearing of the House Armed Services Committee yesterday, a Department of Defense official testified they are preparing for the possibility of an influx of Haitian illegal immigrants coming to the U.S. as that nation has fallen into chaos. And, folks, it's not just Haiti. I'm hearing about the same thing happening in the Bahamas, that gangs are taking over. In fact, they're telling tourists in the Bahamas, U.S. tourists, to be careful, to be on the lookout. Don't even feel safe inside, the areas that are considered tourist areas. Usually those have been safe, but now they're not. And it's happening everywhere in the Caribbean. Also in Mexico, you're getting much the same thing. Representative Matt Gaetz pressed the officials yesterday during the hearing of what are we going to do to prepare for that wave and ensure that these people are not paroled into the United States as the administration has done with people on the southern border, but instead are just taken back at the dock and at Port-au-Prince. Assistant Secretary of Defense of Homeland Defense and Global Security, Rebecca Zimmerman, responded that the department is doing a number of things to ensure that we're keeping track of the situation and we're prepared. Oh, like you've done it so far. You don't know where half of these people, in fact, over half of where these people are, what they're doing, what they're up to. And they never talk about, which I bring up ad nauseum because to me it's important, where are the children? What's happening to the children that are coming over? Because some of these children are accompanied by people that aren't even their parents. They're using the children to look more family-like. But they're using the children for slave labor. They're also using them for sexual purposes. But nothing ever is said about that. from this administration, or frankly from anybody on the Democrat side. And if you do bring it up, oh my goodness, you get labeled everything from a racist on down because they don't have any ammunition to fight back with you. They also say at the moment they have not seen large numbers, what they would characterize as a maritime mass migration, but we are alert to that possibility. She also added, I think you're right that the driving conditions in Haiti could very well press more people. She said that additional assistance has been approved for the Coast Guard, to which Gates responded he had talked to the Coast Guard, and what they say would really support them would be more naval vessels, would be DOD support. So they're anticipating a mass migration from Haiti to this country. And while I do feel for the people in Haiti because their country's been taken over by gangs, and if we're not careful, we're going to have the same thing happen to this country because of the lax effort on this administration to take care of immigration, to make sure that our country is safe. And with a wide open border, there's no chance of that. That's why this election is so important. I heard the overnight guys saying that they see more excitement from folks on the right voting this year than they do on the left. And there's a big reason for that. Because we're at a dangerous point in our history. And it's one we have to correct now. If we do not, we are going to lose this country. And I think most U.S. citizens know this, whether they are on the right, whether they're on the left, and they are common sense. Because you do have some on the left that have common sense, believe it or don't. And, of course, people in the middle. We see that these liberal policies are not working. They're working against us. Joe Biden's not running the country. Joe Biden is ruining the country. It's 6:50. Let's find out what's happening in the news at the top of the hour at 7 o'clock with Ken.
Biden-Trump rematch official, the likes of which has happened only one time before. We'll tell you what doomed Democrat-backed tax cut and minimum wage bills in Tennessee, and you got to hear the story of survival after a crocodile attack. These stories and more at 7 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Brother Ken. Coming up in the 7 o'clock hour, we're going to take a look at how Joe Biden's State of the Union address, it fell flat on American ears. Taco Bell closes indoor dining at a location, several locations, due to crime. And plus, we'll be talking to our own WTN grassroots analyst, Matthew Hurt. He'll be at 7:35. Don't go anywhere. Keep it here. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is 7 o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. We are not looking like we're in that big a risk for severe weather coming later this week. It looks like the severe weather threat has subsided somewhat. However, we still could get quite a bit of rain. We're tracking that for you. Also, traffic, got full reports coming up in 5 minutes. Right now, we've got some breaking money news. CNN is reporting that Family Dollar and Dollar Tree will close about 1,000 stores as inflation is taking too much of a bite out of Americans' wallets and discount retailers' profits. That's just now coming down. Election 2024, both President Biden and former President Trump have clinched their party's nominations. Trump releasing this video overnight.
We're not going to take time to celebrate. We'll celebrate in 8 months when the election is over.
Might independent candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. play the role of spoiler with the help of some star power? NFL quarterback Aaron Rodgers is on Kennedy's short list of potential running mates. And right now in Tennessee, the effort to eliminate grocery taxes effectively dead. So is raising the minimum wage in Tennessee to $20 an hour. Both are Democrat-backed bills, but Republicans put them down. Republicans say they support a tax decrease, but they say the grocery tax elimination bill would increase taxes on businesses in return, and they want to keep the state business-friendly, which keeps jobs. Here in Nashville, still more questions than answers after Missouri college student Riley Strain vanished after a night out with his fraternity brothers downtown. Strain is seen on surveillance camera footage stumbling around downtown alone. Channel 4 talked to a smoke shop owner who says they saw Strain that night, but didn't think anything was out of the ordinary.
I see this situation like 3-4 times a day. Too many people fall down on the floor because of drink.
He describes how painful it was when Strain's mother came into the smoke shop 2 days later to ask if they had seen her son.
I was crying. I was crying when I seen her. After she left, I was crying for her. If you had kids, you will feel what she feels right now, his mom.
Now, search and rescue crews have launched boats to search the Cumberland River for Strain, but they have not found him. They have not brought in divers. Right now in Florida, Rodrigo Constane says he's happy to be alive, talking about getting attacked by a crocodile. He fell off a sailboat at the Flamingo Marina in the Everglades on Sunday. When the 68-year-old tried to swim back to the boat,
I feel that something grabbed my leg. So I went in the water to see what's grabbing me, and I feel a long nose.
And then pain. That's when he knew he had to get out of the water. Witnesses helped him out. He tells ABC affiliate WPLG he's grateful to be here.
I'm alive. That's the most important thing after an experience like this, being alive.
Yeah, wildlife officials say crocodile bites are rare, but always use caution. The Everglades is one of the largest wetlands in the world, and it's the only place in the world where American crocodiles and American alligators coexist. There are almost 2 million alligators in Florida, but only 2,000 crocodiles. Market Numbers Report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Dow futures up 57 points. S&P is flat. NASDAQ down 34. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Hey, good morning. It's 7:07. It's Johnny B sitting in for Dan Mandis. He is on a cruise right now as we speak. Hope he's having a great time, too. I'm joined by Ken Weaver and Mason Fleming as well. We're glad to have you here. You can get involved with us with the Members Nutrition Super Text line, 615-737-9986. You can also watch us on Super Talk TV. You can say, man, I saw that Johnny B. He's one ugly individual. You can catch us on Facebook Live, Twitch, X or Twitter, whatever you call it, YouTube, and, of course, 997WTN.com as well. And we got a lot going on this hour. In fact, 7:35, we've got one of my favorite guests. I love when Dan Mandis has this gentleman on, and I wanted to have him on since I'm sitting in. That'd be Matthew Hurt. He is our grassroots analyst on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. We'll talk about the elections coming up in 8 months, also everything in the news, and plus how Donald Trump could win this thing. It should be easy. We just hope he doesn't screw up and lose it. But there's a lot going on with that, so it's going to be fun to talk about that as well with Matthew. Coming up at 7:35 right here. I would like to go to the Super Text line real quick because a lot of people have some great things that we were talking about last hour about the illegal immigrants that are being flown into the country secretly by this administration. It's been found out. It is a fact. And according to 5650, President Obama started this, planting hordes here. Yes, indeed, that is very true as well. That's part of his plan, I do believe. And I think as well that that this was the plan all along, to try to change the face of America, also to change basically the voting bloc, because the Democrats know they're in trouble. They see that their policies are not working with the American voter at all because they're seeing them in action. And what's happening? Inaction. We are in a horrible state right now. We've got illegal immigrants cramming into the country, and we can't even take care of our own people because we are in a recession. That's my take. I do believe we're in a recession. And we do have inflation. But it's true. Obama started it. Biden is finishing it. That's why I like to call it the old Biden administration. Somebody also said, Chris says on the Super Text line, Dan is on the Love Boat. I have to say that it's not the Love Boat because Riker's on board with them. And when children are involved, there's not a lot of love going on, if you knows what I mean. And anyway, Dan is not on a Disney cruise. That was a horrible rumor started, I think, by Murphy's show. So Dan's not on a Disney cruise. He's just on a cruise. Also, when I was saying that one day we could be taken over by a gang, much like what's happening in the Caribbean right now and places like Haiti, somebody already said we've already been taken over by a gang, the Democrat gang. And there's a lot of truth to that as well. So anyway, with everything that's going on, of course, you had the big hearing yesterday over Joe Biden's statements about the classified documents. And, of course, special counsel Robert Hur in Hur's investigation. And, of course, he testified before Congress yesterday. And we have some sound on that, which we'll give you later. But I was also saying, too, that what's happening, why you have so many illegal immigrants being flown into the country, the Democrats know they're in trouble right now. And they are. They are in panic mode. And all you have to look at is the State of the Union address. Usually when a president gives a State of the Union address, well, number one, he makes it to where it lifts people up. It gets everybody jacked up, especially during an election year. Look at all the other State of the Unions we've had over time, and especially, like I say, during an election year. That's when you want to involve everybody, get everybody stoked up about your administration, about the state of the country, and where we're headed. Joe Biden didn't do that. All he sounded like, even though he sounded more alert than he ever has, and I'd like to know what they gave the guy to make him that way, because otherwise you might have something that comes out like this. He might have said something like this on the stage that would have been, more like Joe Biden. If it's there. I guess it's not there. Sorry.
Koala.
Whatever the hell that is. But anyway, they say it's kind of jarring to observe the divide between the legacy press, the Democrats, and cable news hosts. When they watched Joe Biden's State of the Union address last Thursday, on the day after the speech, you had MSNBC's, or what we'd like to say, BSNBC. Thank you, Phil. Joe Scarborough said that Biden gave his best speech of the presidency by far, the strongest speech. And most importantly, for people that were thinking, oh, he's too old, he's too that, man. He gave a lot more than he got. Well, one thing, Joe's saying that to please his wife, please the missus. Thanks, Joe Scarborough. CNN's Stephen Collison wrote that Biden projected vigor and forcefulness and was a trenchant master of the chamber of the House of Representatives, effectively wielding the theatrics of presidency and commanding an hour of unfiltered primetime television. However, in sitting with several voters whose presidential choices have been all over the place for the past 20 years, with some of them jumping from George W. Bush to Obama to Trump to Biden, the president's component just did not come off his strength. Instead, many voters felt like they were being yelled at. And that's exactly the point. He sounded like an angry man. He didn't unite anyone except those that just follow him. I guess his base. And frankly, even some of his base are starting to question Joe and where he's headed with the country. And we'll have more on what the country is heading for, especially when you see something like what's happening to Taco Bell in a certain location where they had to close the restaurant area due to crime. We'll have that story coming up next. It's 7:15. Time to check the roads from the WTN Traffic Center. Thank you much, Jack. Looks like we got a beautiful day ahead of us again. It's going to be sunny with some clouds in the afternoon. You'll see a high today of 75. Tomorrow's going to be absolutely beautiful, much the same, but a little warmer. We'll be around 80 degrees. We may even get above that, and if we do, we'll set a record. Right now, we're at 45 degrees on Nashville's Music Row at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Look for rain to come in on Friday, but that's not going to destroy our moods. So anyway, we were talking about the State of the Union address and how it just fell flat on viewers. And in fact, most voters saying that Biden needed to project vigor. But most voters that watched it said that vigor and yelling are not the same thing. And that's all basically Biden did with his State of the Union address. In fact, some suburban Philadelphia voters say that former President Donald Trump's component is a bridge too far for them, but they also don't care much for Biden. Where their votes go, they have no idea. But if you're a Democrat strategist sitting at home and you thought Biden's performance shored up this voting block, you might want to go back to the drawing board. Because I'm telling you, from everything that's being said by all the pundits and voters, likely voters, is that it fell flat. It did not excite them. Granted, Biden showed more energy than he's shown in a long time. But the substance of the speech went nowhere. And poor Marjorie Taylor Greene, she can't help herself. I don't totally dislike Marjorie Taylor Greene, but sometimes the presentation is not good. Number one, it looked like a clown show wearing all the Trump regalia. That's fine if you want to go do that on your private time. But at something like this, look like a professional. Look like someone that has it together. Plus, she interrupted Biden when he was getting ready to go off script. He was starting to lose it. And she brought him back. Her timing was terrible. So God bless her. She was trying to hit a home run. Instead, she gave it to the other team. But Biden didn't have a home run either. And there's a big reason for that. He has nothing to be proud of. Nothing. Look what's happened during his administration. Illegal immigrants just pouring into the country like an invasion, which is what it is. The economy is not where it should be. People are paying too much at the grocery store, at the gas pump. People are having to get several jobs just to survive. Not to mention, aside from the State of the Union address, every time Joe talks, he doesn't make any sense. Last hour, we read you the transcript of his DOJ investigation interview. The poor man couldn't even stay on topic. He made car noises, for heaven's sakes, talking about his Corvette. And my Corvette, boy, it sounds great. But
by the way, my Corvette's in a locked garage.
You should be in a locked garage, really.
Come on, man.
Yes, sir. That's right. You heard me right. And because of the very fact that he's giving in to the far left, and especially those that want to defund the police, it's not working. That's why people are leaving California in droves. In fact, Taco Bell in Oakland, California, they're closing their dining rooms, and they're switching over to only offering drive-through service. Why? Because of rising crime. They said at least 4 Taco Bells, this is according to CBS, and remember, when you watch CBS News, you see BS. But anyway, this time they're right. At least 4 Taco Bells, all owned by the Diversified Restaurant Group, have shut down their indoor dining option. They said in a statement, providing a safe environment for our team members and our customers is the priority at Taco Bell restaurants. The franchise owner and operator has informed us they are consistently evaluating and working to ensure a safe environment by implementing procedures such as closing dining rooms and hiring security guards. And they've taken extra measures to meet with local law enforcement. One location has been robbed at least 4 times since November. During the most recent robbery, suspects used a truck to drive through the store's windows to attach a cable to a safe and drive away. The one remaining Taco Bell in Oakland that's on Telegraph Avenue, you all know where that's at, is still offering indoor dining but has stopped cash transactions. So you can't do a cash transaction there because of what? Crime.
Crackheads.
Exactly. This news followed an announcement that In-N-Out announced it would be closing their Oakland location altogether, the first time in the company's 75-year history that has been forced to close a location. A Starbucks in the same shopping center has also closed. Man, do you wonder why people from California are moving here? And I'll tell all you folks that are coming here from California, please don't bring this stuff to this area. Middle Tennessee has been a great area, but if you vote for the same crap that you did in California, you're going to get the same result. And you know what they call that? They call that insanity. That's 7:22. It's Nashville's Morning News. What's coming up at 7:30? With the news with Ken Weaver.
Well, inflation continues to take a bigger bite out of the working man and woman's wallet, and now you've got thousands of stores getting ready to shut down for a different reason than what you just talked about, Brother Johnny B. But I'll tell you about that and more coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
More of that Biden economy at work.
It's working.
It's working. It's working. Hey, you heard what my car sounds like? I want to drive it out of the driveway, but they won't let me. It's 7:22 at 7:35. Join us because it's going to be a great discussion with our own grassroots analyst on WTN, Matthew Hurt. It all happens right where you've got it. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7:30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Channel 4 says a firefighter was hurt battling a house fire in Donaldson this morning. Apparently, they were putting out some hot spots, and there was a flare-up in the roof of the home. That firefighter had to be taken to the hospital for some injuries there. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Got some money news this morning. Inflation's taking a toll on discount shopping options. Family Dollar and Dollar Tree announcing this morning about 1,000 stores are going to be closing because they can't turn a profit. Family Dollar was hit with a record fine this year, too, $41 million, because the Justice Department says a facility in West Memphis, Arkansas, was selling items that were stocked in a rat-infested warehouse filled with live, dead, and decaying rodents. Election 2024, Rick Klein says both President Biden and former President Trump now officially their party's presumptive nominees.
It's about as early as anyone could mathematically clinch it. It's very hard to imagine that it could have gone more smoothly, frankly, for either man.
November 5th will be the first presidential rematch the U.S. has seen since 1956 when Dwight D. Eisenhower defeated Adlai Stevenson for a second time to hold on to the White House. And right now in Tennessee, the grocery tax stays put. Republicans effectively killed the bill that would have banned cities and counties from taxing groceries because it increased taxes on businesses in return. And that bill to raise the state's minimum wage to $20 an hour, that's dead too. Still more questions than answers in the disappearance of Missouri college student Riley Strain. He's not been seen since going downtown with his fraternity friends Friday night. Channel 4 as part of the 911 call that didn't come until 16 hours later.
911, what is the address of your emergency?
Hi, I don't have an address. I'm trying to file a missing persons report. We're here on a fraternity formal trip. It's one of my good buddies. His name is Riley Strain.
Search crews continued to search the Cumberland River and surrounding areas yesterday afternoon. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Hello there. We interrupt these commercials for a show at 7:37. Good morning. It is Nashville's Morning News. You've got Johnny B in for Dan Mandis. He's cruising this week along with Mason Fleming and Ken Weaver. Of course, Nashville's Morning News. We're glad to have you on board. And we go straight to the hotline to talk to our own grassroots analyst for WTN, Matthew Hart. By the way, one of my favorite guests that we ever have with Dan Mandis. Matthew, how are you doing this morning?
Johnny B, it's great to be with you. I'm so glad that Dan is having a nice time, but it is awesome to talk with you, Johnny B. You're a legend on this station, and it's just awesome to have a conversation with you this morning.
Well, dude, you're a legend yourself because you're, like I said, you're one of our favorite guests on here, and we actually met during the Phil Valentine days, and you even didn't you come into the station?
Way back in the day, I had a show at Middle Tennessee State University
That's
on
right.
88.3 WMTS, and it was during that time I had the opportunity to come up and shadow you guys and shadow another show that was on the weekend. And it was so great as a young conservative to see principled conservatives in talk radio, somebody like Phil Valentine, somebody like you, Johnny B., and to be able to experience the inside of a studio and to learn how to communicate with listeners and to talk about conservative principles in a meaningful way.
Well, you do that every day these days, man. And I pray to God that I was nice during that period because there were times, like at work, I'd be a little high strung. So I hope I was a nice gentleman.
Well, you do so much behind the board, and it is stressful making sure that these crazy hosts on the show hit those breaks at the right time. And so it is a stressful job, but you're so great and such a nice guy. And again, this was a really formative part of my experience in the conservative movement as a young person, as a student at MTSU, just to get a front row seat in talk radio.
Well, thank you, my friend. The check will be in the mail, and I really appreciate the kind comments. But listen, now Trump and Biden have clinched their nominations. Because you're on the ground a lot. In fact, are you out of town today or are you back home?
I'm up in Arlington, Virginia. We're doing grassroots training with activists, and I'm actually filming some grassroots training today that will be available at leadershipinstitute.org online forever and ever here in just a few weeks. So I'm preparing this generation and the next generation of conservative activists to take on the public policy process and to help get conservatives elected.
Well, thank goodness you're doing that. You're doing God's work doing that, by the way. But from what I'm seeing, I see far more energy on the right as far as this election goes than I see on the left. On the left, it just seems like they don't have – if they do vote, they're just voting against Trump. It's not that they believe – in Biden. And I see much more on the right that there's so much more that we have to fight for that I think voters think that Trump will get the job done. Are you seeing the same thing?
Well, the left has institutional infrastructure. They've got big labor. They've got organizations of organizations, as Saul Alinsky called them. And the right doesn't have that frequently. We have grassroots activists, people who come in through their local party, people who come in through candidates they like. Sometimes we have people who come in through the homeschool community. We got some great homeschool students who are driving up to Nashville this morning to take part in the public policy process. But the left is significantly more organized. And I've spent the better part of my career, about 15 years, teaching conservative activists how to get organized, how to start organizations that advance pro-life principles or that advance low tax and fiscal responsibility or that advance defense of the Second Amendment. And we just don't have that infrastructure, but we are working at it. And there is significant enthusiasm on the ground for conservative principles and for Donald Trump. And I think that is going to give us a boost as we head into the summer, the long months when voters check out, and especially as we head into September, October, and November, when people start to check back in and see what's going on, especially given the stark choices we have in this election. A future of uncertainty, of unsecured borders, of crime in our communities, or a reemergence of the American dream where anybody who wants to work hard can make it in this country.
Well, especially now with our economy the way it is, I firmly believe that we, if we're not in a recession, we're teetering on the brink. we are definitely seeing inflation. And also with everything that Biden has done, which has been a train wreck, I'm talking about illegal immigrants flooding into the country. I mean, it's an invasion. And with everything that's happening with his administration, not to mention the fact that the poor man can't even stay on topic. And the DOJ interview, I don't know if you heard what they said that they encountered with that. The poor guy was making car noises. He would get off topic and start talking about his Corvette and then imitate what the car sounded like to these guys. And if
It's
Trump,
absolutely wild.
well, if Trump, really with this election, it's Trump's to lose if he does the wrong thing. And I hope he stays on topic, which I mean is I hope Trump will concentrate on what he does best and what he did best as president. Do you see that as well?
Every communications professional and consultant in D.C. and across the country hopes Donald Trump stays on message. And when he is on message, he resonates with the audience. He resonates with the American people. You know, the American worker's paycheck has diminished in its purchasing power over the last few years. It is harder to make ends meet. We have this illegal immigration problem, which is not only a safety and security problem in our communities, but it's really a humanitarian crisis. The people who are coming across the border are humans, and they are fleeing something. But this administration, Joe Biden, has made this absolutely untenable at the border. And what we're seeing in our cities which are run largely by Democrats and inhabited mostly by minority communities, minority voters, are waking up to the problem that is this failed administration. And I think, and New York Times Siena poll, the most recent one, said that African Americans, Hispanics, even uneducated or people without a college degree are trending toward the Republican Party. And we are seeing a tectonic shift in American politics between Republicans and Democrats, where the Democratic Party is shifting into the permanent experienced class, or the permanent educated class of bureaucrats who want to run our lives, while the Republican Party is embracing new waves of working men and women who want to achieve their American dream. And I think Republicans have to be ready for that. We have to be welcoming to people who are interested in our principles and our policies. And it's a tremendous opportunity to thwart the East Coast, Washington, D.C. elites and experts who want to run our lives.
It's 7:45. Matthew, I'm going to ask you more questions about effective way of running for politicians, especially local politicians. Also about Colorado Representative Ken Buck leaving Congress. We'll do that after we check the traffic from the WTN Traffic Center. Thank you much, Jack. Looks like it's going to be beautiful today. Look for a high around 75 with sunshine. We'll have some clouds mixed in, but that won't bother us. 45 degrees on Nashville's Music Row as we talk to our grassroots analyst with Super Talk 99.7 WTN, Matthew Hurt. And just to be on record, I've known Matthew for a while now, and he's one of my favorite interviews that Dan ever has on the radio station. He's very informative, and he's a young guy, and he's getting people involved in the Republican Party. Matthew, we have seen GOP Representative Ken Buck. He's leaving Congress. How worried should we be about that, and will it make any difference?
We've got a razor-thin majority in the House, and without going into the details of what I know about Ken Buck personally, this is really a missed opportunity for him to ride out the end of the term. But it is very likely tied to the frustration of the fact that there isn't much being done in the House. Conservatives and Republicans have to become a governing majority. Now, I align frequently with the House Freedom Caucus and that conservative wing of the Republican Party, not so much the pro-business wing of New York or New Jersey, but there has to be a come-to-the-table kind of opportunity where these different kinds of Republicans come together and learn how to govern. The Democrats vote in lockstep every time. When Nancy Pelosi was Speaker of the House, you couldn't find a Democrat in Washington who would vote against her. But that's not the case for Republicans. And I think that is a good thing ultimately, because we aren't lockstep collectivists like Democrats are, but it certainly presents a different kind of problem as we look to build a governing majority, not only in Washington, but in Nashville and state houses across the country. So with Ken Buck's departure, it is an unfortunate situation because it lessens that majority by another vote, and it causes some problems as we head into the summer and into the election. But it is a tremendous opportunity for a Republican to pick up that seat in Colorado, and there are a couple of those. And there are dozens of opportunities for strong Republican candidates, strong conservative candidates to run and to win this year.
Well, that's very true. And I'm going to ask you a question, and it may be a tough question to ask you, but I've always wanted your take on what's happening with Tennessee politics, especially when you have Justin Jones and the other Justin that are causing so much trouble with these guys. How do you think the state Republicans are handling that situation?
Well, you're going to get me in trouble. Here's what I think about what's happening in Nashville.
Yeah.
What we see in Congress is every opportunity to appear on television is an opportunity to raise money. You mentioned Marjorie Taylor Greene in the last segment and her showmanship at the State of the Union. Almost every member of Congress is looking for that opportunity, and that has now trickled down to the state house level, and we're seeing people who know they can develop a nationwide network on social media and use it to raise money either for their reelection or to build out a political operation. And I think that we're seeing that with mostly Democrats in Nashville, but the occasional Republican. And we have to take stock and say, what is the best course of action to advance common sense public policy? How do we, approach the decorum of a legislative body, and how do we get the people's work done? And I don't think the distractions and outbursts on the floor are necessarily doing that.
No, I would agree with you. In fact, I think the more the Republican Party in Tennessee ignores the two Justins, I think they'll be a lot better off. And one place where young Republicans can learn, or young conservatives, I should say, can learn a lot about what's happening with our government and the best way to, handle elections and to basically defeat Democrats and defeat the liberal invasion that we're seeing is the Learn Right Summit that you have coming up on April 19th and 20th. Tell a little bit about that if you could.
Leadership Institute's Learn Right Summit is going to be there in Nashville, April 19th and 20th. We're actually running it concurrently with what we call our Youth Leadership School, the flagship school. And young conservatives, parents, moms and dads who are interested in the public policy process, people who have been elected to their school boards who want to protect children and advance classical education in the classroom or expand educational opportunity. All of those kinds of individuals are welcome at the Learn Right Summit. You check out leadershipinstitute.org and see what's going on in Nashville. I'll be there. I'm emceeing the program. It'll be great to get back home and visit a lot of great conservatives, but it will be the premier opportunity in the country in April to expand and express our views on what it means to create an education system that does right by the children and includes the parents.
Well, too, because I was getting really discouraged. It was probably late last year, but I tell you what, since this year has started, I've met so many young people that have great minds and they have great ideas. People like you, people like our own Chris Hand, they're just great conservatives that show a promise that we're not going to continually go down this crazy road that we're going down. Thank you for everything you're doing, Matthew. And how can people check out more about you on social media?
Sure. I'm on Twitter at Matthew Hurt, MatthewHurtt.
And Matthew made it clear to me, because I think I misspelled your name one time. And so remember, it's two T's, not one.
We work hard for that extra tea in my family, and I'm grateful for it.
And we are too. I really appreciate you joining me today, Matthew. Hope you have a great week ahead.
Thanks, Johnny B.
Thanks for the good work you do, buddy. Godspeed. Bye-bye. We've got news coming up at 7:52 right now, but at 8 o'clock in the news with Ken Weaver. What's coming up, Brother Ken?
Inflation taking away discount shopping options in low-income areas, thousands of them. The 2024 presidential election, the first of its kind in almost 7 decades. The effort to eliminate grocery taxes and raise the minimum wage in Tennessee update. And a man in North Carolina pleading with anyone who sees his missing pet turtle to call him and return it, but also be very careful. We'll tell you why that's some really good advice coming up at 8 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It's a killer turtle. Look out.
It could be.
Might be a Ninja Turtle. It's 7:53. It's Nashville's Morning News. Johnny B in for Dan Mendes this morning. Coming up next hour, you don't want to miss it. The Gang of Four at 8:35. Plus, we'll have a little sound from Matt Gaetz from the hearing yesterday. Also, a Boeing whistleblower. Was it suicide or was it?
Yeah.
We'll talk about that as well. Nashville's Morning News, Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
8 o'clock on the dot this Wednesday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. That severe weather threat is dropping for later this week, but there still could be a lot of rain. Got some full forecast and traffic for you in 5 minutes. Got some money news right now. Discount options for low-income Americans are going to be going away. Family Dollar and Dollar Tree announcing about 1,000 stores will be closing due to shrinking profits thanks to inflation. But there was also a $41.6 million judgment against the company for selling products out of a West Memphis facility that was found to be infested with live, dead, and decaying rats. Election 2024, both President Biden and former President Trump clinching their party's nominations. Trump releasing this video overnight.
We're not going to take time to celebrate. We'll celebrate in 8 months when the election is over.
And I'm seeing this from USA Today, some breaking news. Apparently, some new polling shows that former President Trump is edging Joe Biden among voters 40% to 38%. Right now in Tennessee, the effort to eliminate grocery taxes is effectively dead, and so is raising the minimum wage to $20 an hour. Both are Democrat-backed bills, but Republicans put them down. Republicans say they support a tax decrease, but they say the grocery tax elimination bill would increase taxes on businesses in return. They want to keep the state business-friendly, which keeps jobs. And still more questions than answers after a Missouri college student vanished after a night out with his fraternity brothers downtown. Riley Strain, seen on surveillance camera footage, stumbling around all alone. Channel 4 talked to a smoke shop owner who says they saw Strain on Friday night, but they see people stumbling and falling down from drinking every day. They didn't think anything was out of the ordinary.
I see this situation like 3-4 times a day. Too many people fall down on the floor because of drink.
Now, 2 days later, he says Strain's mother asked if they had seen her son, and his heart breaks for her.
I was crying. I was crying when I seen her. After she left, I was crying for her. If you had kids, you will feel what she feels right now, his mom.
Search and rescue crews have launched boats to search the Cumberland River, but they have not brought in divers. Right now in North Carolina, Dan Hemby is desperately trying to find his 100-year-old pet alligator snapping turtle named Thanos.
It's almost like losing a piece of myself, to be honest with you.
Hemby says Thanos, last seen on the road to the Durham Reptile Expo, and on Sunday, he says he couldn't have escaped his safe encounter.
If you see him, please let us know. Be careful if somebody stole him. Please just get him home or just make sure he's safe.
Yeah, he couldn't have gotten out of the container, he said. And be careful because Thanos, the alligator snapping turtle, is 150 pounds, 38 inches long. He has jaws powerful enough to snap through bone. Market Numbers Report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Checking futures ahead of this morning's opening bell on Wall Street. Dow futures up 57. S&P is flat. NASDAQ is down 34. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Top of the morning to you. It is Wednesday, hump day. It means something totally different to Bill Clinton than us. But it's 8:07. Johnny B in for Dan Mandis. Dan is on a cruise this week. Not a Disney cruise, as rumored. But he will be back on Monday morning, and I'm sure he's got a lot of stories to tell because it was quite an adventurous trip to the boat. And I'm sure the boat is going to have some adventures as well with one Dan Mandis aboard. But you also have Ken Weaver and Mason Fleming along with me this morning. We're glad to have you as well. You can get in touch with us on the Members Nutrition Super Text line, 615-737-9986. Of course, you can watch us on Super Talk TV, and you can catch that on Facebook Live, Twitch, Twitter, or X, whichever you like to call it, and YouTube, as well as 997WTN.com. In fact, looking at the Super Text line. Now, I understand yesterday a lot of you were giving Chris Hand and Mac Morey a lot of grief for not knowing any Van Halen. And I've got to come to their defense on that because as much as I'm a fan of Van Halen and they were awesome, Van Halen was inactive for a very long time and went through a period of just silence. Now, they know AC/DC tunes because AC/DC has always been pretty much there, where Van Halen has had some years where they were just inactive and a lot of young people didn't know anything about them. I mean, that's why you have people like me to try to educate these fine young people on some good music and how great Eddie Van Halen was. So, go easy on Chris and Mac Morey. I'll have them over to the house, and we'll have a little party, and we'll play some Van Halen music, and they'll get into it. So, don't worry about that. But also, Betty writes in, and she said, because we had Matthew Hurd on, who is our grassroots analyst on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, she said, tell Matthew that not all Trump supporters are uneducated schmoes. He is feeding the Democrat line when he does that. I worked full-time, went to college at night full-time for 8.5 years. I've worked in my field for over 25 years, accounting and finance. I support Trump because he gets it for everyone. And Betty, you may have misunderstood him, but I think that's what Matt was trying to pass along, is that Trump is appealing to a lot of people. And it's also being shown in the fact that Trump is appealing to a lot of Hispanic and a lot of black voters. Voters that were once more Democrat are now starting to go more conservative because they see that those kind of bills work. That kind of administration works for them. What's happening, and that's why Joe Biden and the Democrat Party are trying to bring in as many as illegal immigrants that they can, because that's the only way they can get votes, because they're losing votes with the American public right now. And it's really happening with Hispanics and black voters. It is really starting to change, and that is worrying the Democrats. And I think the reason it's changing is because you're seeing in action why it doesn't work, why liberalism doesn't work. I said it yesterday. A great example in radio was Air America. Air America could not survive. It struggled from the time it came on to the time it finally went away. Because liberal ideas, as cool as they sound and as kumbaya as it can be, when you try to put them into action, they don't work. They don't stand up. They don't hold up. And that's the problem. And you're seeing that now with Americans having to work harder than they ever have, and they're spending more than they ever have on just goods and services. One thing that could upset our elections is China. What we're being told by experts there, China could use the social media app TikTok to influence the 2024 election. That's according to the U.S. Director of National Intelligence, Avril Haines. He told the House of Representatives Intelligence Committee hearing yesterday that they could use TikTok to influence the elections. He said, we cannot rule that the CCP could use it. The panel's Republican chair, Mike Gallagher, last week introduced a bill that would give TikTok's Chinese owner, ByteDance, about 6 months to divest the short video app used by over 170 million Americans. The House is due to vote today under fast-track rules that require two-thirds of members to vote yes for the measure to win passage. So it's possible. President Joe Biden said last week he would sign the bill, but the app is popular and is getting legislation approved by the House and Senate in an election year. That might be difficult, and that is true as well. But I've always been leery of TikTok for that reason, just because the Chinese government is involved. Another story that I saw on Twitter, and this came from Rand Paul. It's a tweet from Rand Paul. Rand Paul is upset because Donald Trump has just endorsed Mike Rogers in the Michigan Senate race. Now, Paul has a reason for not trusting this. He thinks that Trump has endorsed a deep state candidate and that whoever is advising Trump is not advising him properly. And these are the reasons he uses. In fact, this is the video he put out on Twitter. And it sounded a little bit like this.
I don't believe today, as I'm sitting here, that Donald Trump will be the Republican nominee in 2024. Don't believe it.
I don't think it's helpful for the President of the United States to attack the media. It's petty, and it's certainly below the stature of the office of the President of the United States. It's beneath the office in and of itself.
Actions and activities unbecoming of the office of the President of the United States.
So I would have to tell Rand Paul what I think is happening, because I've watched Trump for a long time, especially after he became president. I devoured any kind of documentary I could, any kind of biographies I could, anything. And one thing I've noticed about Donald Trump, he will keep his enemies very close. If someone happens to be a critic, but yet Trump sees something in them that is brilliant, he will court that person and usually end up getting them on his side. He's very good at negotiating, and he's very good at keeping his enemies close. So that's what I would tell Rand Paul. There may be a method to Donald Trump's madness. That's always been the case with him. Whenever we think, oh my gosh, what's he doing? Sometimes, a lot of times, Donald Trump is right on the mark, and he may be this time around as well. 8:15, time to check the roads from the WTN Traffic Center. Thank you much, Jack. It's going to be beautiful today. Enjoy it. Sunshine. We might see some clouds in the afternoon with a high of 75. Tomorrow's going to be even better. We'll see a high of 80 degrees, may even go over it. And look for rain and possibly a thunderstorm coming in on Friday. And high will still be in the 70s. Right now, did you say 48 degrees outside there, Mason? I do believe he did. 48 degrees right now on Nashville's Music Row at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, the Super Talk never ends on this radio station. It's live and local. You have 9 o'clock. It's Chris Hand. Of course, he's going to join us at 8:35, but his show starts at 9 a.m. At 12 noon, it's Murphy's show. Matt Murphy along with Brother Bell. And then the drive. That gets you home on your ride home at 3 o'clock. With Brian Wilson right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Well, Never Trump Republicans are getting ready to spend millions on ads in an effort to turn voters against him. Never Trumpers are unable to accept the fact that former President Donald Trump will be the Republican Party's nominee for president in the general election. They're going to spend roughly $50 million to run ads that feature Republicans who say they can no longer support the nominee. And Trump has already shored up his support, so I don't know how well these ads are going to do. He's the front runner, and of course, he has clinched the nomination. So this seems like a really, really weak attempt by the Never Trumpers. But anyway, they're planning to run ads against him. Some Republicans, though, are making it clear that they cannot be convinced and are not only opposing him individually, but launching a nationwide campaign to convince other Republicans to diss the former president as well. And that would be, I would think, your establishment Republicans that are having a problem with him. The group Republican Voters Against Trump, led by Never Trumper Sarah Longwell. They're spending $50 million to air these ads. And it features former Trump backers who explain in a series of videos why they will not support Trump in this election. According to The Hill, the ads feature the former Trump voter testimonials, will be deployed on TV, streaming platforms, billboards, radio, and digital media, and will run in key swing states, including Michigan, Arizona, Georgia, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. That also explains why I think Trump has gotten behind the Never Trumper himself that Rand Paul was upset about, which is Mike Rogers in Michigan. I think that's why Donald Trump is doing that, and that's why he got that support. I think Trump is trying to keep his enemies close. And there's like I said, there's a method to Donald Trump's madness, because I remember in the 2016 election, we all thought he was crazy for going up to Michigan to Democrat strongholds that looked like they were going to go Hillary Clinton. He campaigned vigorously in Ohio, Michigan, and people thought he was nuts. But when I took a trip to Ohio, I totally got it, because after I went up to that area, which is what they call, unfortunately, the Rust Belt, which people in that area do not like that term, and I can't blame them. But when I went up to that area, it was nothing but Trump everywhere. Everywhere. So I think this getting behind Mike Rogers is trying to basically keep his enemies close, and also these Never Trumpers kind of off balance. I'm telling you, the guy is very strategic, and he's very smart in that way. This election could be his easily if he will just stay on point and tell people what he has done, what he has accomplished, and what he will accomplish. Get rid of the name calling, quit getting involved with the Oscars, quit tweeting about Jimmy Kimmel. It does you no good, especially in an election year. Now you want to appeal to the voters that are independent, and you want to also appeal to Democrat voters that have become disenchanted with the Democrat Party as it stands now. And I think with that, Donald Trump could easily win this election, because it's his to lose or win. Because there's no way, with the kind of leadership, and I use that term loosely, the kind of leadership that we're seeing now from the Democrats, because it's failing. And Trump isn't being treated fairly, and that was pointed out in the hearings yesterday, and nobody pointed it out as well as Matt Gaetz. I thought Matt Gaetz did a great job in those hearings yesterday, and especially when he started talking about the ghostwriter of Biden's book. And Matt had this when he was grilling yesterday during the hearing. And of course, if it will work, hang on.
So he didn't, just so everybody knows, the ghostwriter didn't delete the recordings just as a matter of happenstance. Ghostwriter has recordings of Biden making admissions of crimes. He then learns that you've been appointed. He then deletes the information that is the evidence, and you don't charge him.
That is reflected in the report, and one of the reasons...
Like, what does somebody have to do to get charged with obstruction of justice by you? If deleting the evidence of crimes doesn't count, what would meet the standard?
So, Congressman, as we state in the relevant chapter of the report, one of the things that Mr. Zwanitzer did not delete was transcripts of the recordings that he had created that included inculpatory evidence relating to Mr. Biden.
Oh, so if you destroy some evidence but not other evidence, that somehow absolves you of the evidence you destroy. Here's what I see. Zwaniger should have been charged, wasn't. Biden and Trump should have been treated equally. They weren't. And that is the double standard that I think a lot of Americans are concerned about.
Bingo. 8:22. It's 8:30 coming up with the news with Ken Weaver. What's happening, Ken?
Well, more evidence that inflation is taking a toll on working men and women in this country. Thousands of stores are going to be shuttered. We have a new poll showing who's leading in the presidential race now that President Biden and former President Trump are officially the party's presumptive nominees. These stories and more at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Brother Ken. Coming up, we got the gang of four amigos. We'll be talking about several things, including the Boeing whistleblowers. Did he commit suicide or was it? Very strange story. That's coming up with the gang of four amigos, I should say, with Chris Hand at 8:35, right where you've got it. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
8:30 on the dot this Wednesday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. It looks like the risk for severe weather later this week is decreasing. However, we still could get a lot of rain. We'll tell you about it during the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Money news right now. Inflation apparently taking a toll on discount shopping options. Finally, Dollar and Dollar Tree announcing this morning about 1,000 stores are going to be closing because they can't turn a profit. Family Dollar hit with a record fine this year, too, $41 million. The Justice Department says product safety standards were violated after selling items that were stocked in a West Memphis facility that was rat-infested with live, dead, and decaying rodents. Election 2024, Rick Klein says both President Biden and former President Trump are now officially their party's presumptive nominees.
It's about as early as anyone could mathematically clinch it. It's very hard to imagine that it could have gone more smoothly, frankly, for either man.
Now, November 5th will be the first presidential rematch the U.S. has seen since 1956 when Dwight D. Eisenhower defeated Adlai Stevenson for a second time to hold on to the White House. And new this morning, USA Today says its survey of 1,000 registered voters showed Trump leading Biden 40% to 38%. Right now in Tennessee, the grocery tax stays put. Republicans effectively killed the bill that would have banned cities and counties from taxing groceries because it increased taxes on businesses in return. And a bill to raise the state's minimum wage to $20 an hour, that's dead too. Still more questions than answers in the disappearance of Missouri college student Riley Strain. He's not been seen since going downtown with his fraternity friends Friday night. Channel 4 has part of the 911 call that didn't come until 16 hours later.
911, what is the address of your emergency?
Hi, I don't have an address. I'm trying to file a missing persons report. We're here on a fraternity formal trip. It's one of my good buddies. His name is Riley Strain.
Search crews continued to search the Cumberland River and surrounding areas yesterday afternoon. Market Numbers report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. We're a couple of minutes into the new trading day, and right now it's in a narrow range. The Dow is up 46, S&P is down 5, NASDAQ down 65. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Wow, we're back. It's 8:37. It's Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis on his cruise, baby, on his sea cruise on a Wednesday. While we're here slaving over microphones, Dan Mandis is enjoying the ocean.
And the drink package.
And the drink pack. I wonder how much you can enjoy it, though, because he's got Riker there.
Oh, but Riker, I mean, he's self-sufficient.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
But you don't want to get too polluted with a child being there.
Well, you got to do the tag team thing. I'm sure him and Amy they're on shifts.
Yeah, it's your turn.
Yeah.
Tag.
Yeah.
You're it. Welcome in. We've got Chris Hand here. Good morning, Chris.
Hey, good morning. What's up, fellas?
And, of course, Brother Ken Weaver in the newsroom.
Good morning, boys. Yeah.
And Mason Fleming. He's here.
Good morning.
Good morning to you. And your car
is working.
It's working.
All right.
So everything's going fine.
As far as I know. It may change by the time I get to the parking lot later. But we'll see. Right now, it's working.
Well, that's cool because everybody was wondering about that yesterday. And I understand you got a lot of grief on the, what do they call it, the Members Nutrition Super Text line about Van Halen.
I did get some grief.
Did you? What?
Yep.
So what were they saying?
You know, the usual thing.
Yeah, you don't know anything about Van Halen.
You're Canadian.
Yeah. Van Halen wasn't big up there.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. You know how it goes.
And Mac Morey, he also got some
Mac. I knew Mac was going to be on my side.
Yeah. Cool, because Mac, come on, I was kind of sticking up for you guys today because I said Van Halen, unlike AC/DC, Van Halen was inactive for a few years.
Yeah.
So younger generation really didn't get to be involved in that phenomenon that was Eddie Van Halen.
Yeah.
One of the greatest guitarists to walk the planet.
The best.
Yes, he was. One of the best.
One of the best.
Yes, he was. So anyway, that's enough about music. That's enough about music. Hey, speaking of Mac Morey, we were talking earlier in the week. Now, this is so typical of the media because they were talking about the Kansas City Chief fans that were losing limbs.
Yes.
From being out in this. Now, how cold was it that day of the Super Bowl? It was like, what, 20?
So it was a divisional playoff game, I believe, and it was like -20.
-20 outside.
Yeah.
And these idiots that lost their limbs were out there not wearing shirts, and that's basically why they got frostbite.
Weird, right?
But the media painted it like there was a huge number of them.
Yeah.
And Mac Morey did some investigation and said there were 3.
Yep. Well, the media said 70% of the people that went to the hospital.
Yeah.
For frostbite.
And there were only 3 that lost their limbs.
I feel like that's still a lot.
Well, it's too much.
Yeah.
I mean, anybody losing their limbs is too much.
Yep, agreed.
And how stupid do you have to be out in below 20 degrees, below zero?
Well, I saw something this morning where, they were talking to some healthcare experts about the belief that if you drink more liquor, it'll keep you warm.
No.
But yeah, that it actually does the exact opposite.
Amen.
Because it slows everything down in you and you lose your core temperature.
And also your common sense.
Yeah. Yes, that too.
Well, and Maury was telling me, he's like, it was so cold out there, the only thing you could drink was liquor.
Exactly. Or antifreeze.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
It probably would have been safer to do the antifreeze.
Yeah, probably would have. Might have saved your life. Who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows? But one thing I'm very happy about, I don't know if you guys heard this. I'm sure you did. But the liberal sports blog that, that poor kid that dressed up in the, Indian the garb, the headdress, also got in all face paint.
Yeah.
This liberal blog that painted him as a racist, saying he was in blackface. Turned out he was a Native American. He had Native American blood in him.
Yep.
And plus the Chiefs were named not for Indian chief, but they were actually named for something else. I do believe it had to be with the fire department.
Really?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Yes, but but this is what drives me crazy when sports teams use Indians or Native Americans, whatever you want to say. When they use them as their mascots, that's a form of respect because they were warriors.
Yeah.
And that's why they're used. Duh.
100%.
Exactly. So anyway, I'm just glad to see that this, I hate to see anybody get fired, but I guess they fired the entire.
Over at Deadspin?
Yes.
Well, they had a lawsuit pending. They had to start. They had to start clearing house.
Oh yes, because they've got a lawsuit over this. So yeah.
I mean, they outed this poor kid for wearing blackface.
Yes. What was he? 9 years old.
Yeah. And it drives me nuts because the media can blast a 9-year-old kid for wearing blackface, but the minors involved in the Super Bowl shooting at the parade for the Kansas City Chiefs.
We can't have
that mugshot up.
No.
No, we have to protect these minors, unless you're Kyle Rittenhouse, Nicholas Sandman, or the young fan in quote-unquote blackface.
Exactly. So anyway, I thought that was kind of, they got their comeuppance.
It's good news. I like seeing the writer that, outed this poor kid, falsely, having open to work on his LinkedIn profile.
Oh, exactly. Now, on other news, what do you think of RFK Jr.'s choices for a running mate? We talked about that in the 5:30. That's going to be an interesting.
What is he doing?
I don't know. Aaron Rodgers and Jesse Ventura.
KennedyRogers.com was registered last week with GoDaddy.
Really?
So I don't know if that was somebody, who got wind of it beforehand, trying to just
Might
grab
have been
the
Larry
domain.
David.
Yeah, seriously. But does it make sense to you?
No.
Doesn't make any sense to me.
No, it's odd. But then everything about his campaign has been kind of odd. I agree with him on some things that he's campaigning on, but his whole run has been a little bit odd at times.
I think that we all can agree with some of the things he says.
Right.
And I like him because I think he's authentically himself. And
yes.
in this day and age in politics, it's weird to see somebody who you honestly believe that they believe what they're saying.
Oh, yeah.
I think there's only two that we can really count on for that right now. It's RFK and Trump.
Right.
Everybody else just has their talking points and their marching orders. But what are you doing? Aaron Rodgers? I also saw, I like Jesse Ventura, full disclosure.
Yeah.
Always have.
Minnesota.
Huge fan.
Yeah.
Huge fan. The body. But he also had Rand Paul, Tulsi Gabbard. Rand Paul and Tulsi Gabbard, they're not going to take that.
No.
I also heard Mike Rowe, Tony Roberts, Andrew Yang.
Andrew Yang.
Andrew, the Yang Gang?
Yeah.
You going to get the Yang Gang back together? You know what I mean? Like, what are you doing? If I've said this for a while, if RFK was serious, the only choice would be Joe Manchin. Yeah, I'd be down on my hands and knees begging Joe Manchin to run with me because it would legitimize the campaign.
Right.
Yeah. When you say serious, I agree with you, man. Come on, Aaron Rodgers. Come on.
And I'm like you. I like Jesse Ventura. Okay.
Absolutely. Well, he's actually, he's been a governor.
Yeah.
He's run a state before, but
right. Aaron Rodgers.
Now, cannabis might be legal.
Well, at least they'll find that in the White House and not cocaine.
Yeah.
This is true.
And two,
and I like Aaron Rodgers, by the way. I do like him.
Well, yeah, I like both guys. I like Aaron Rodgers and Jesse, but it's just bizarre.
Yeah,
to me.
Everything from that side of the aisle has been bizarre.
Now, I know you also had this story. I thought this was a strange story, but this Boeing whistleblower, John Barnett, they're saying, which it does seem kind of odd, committed suicide, allegedly.
Isn't that strange?
Yes.
Now he's found in his pickup truck in a hotel parking lot
in South Carolina.
Just a couple of days after talking about his concerns with lax production standards at Boeing.
Odd.
His lawyer has come out and said is referring to it as an alleged suicide.
Yes, he's the one that's basically saying everything is alleged.
Yeah. They found him in his truck. His statement was they found him in a truck dead from an alleged self-inflicted gunshot. We drove to the hotel, spoke with the police at coroner. John had been back and forth for quite some time getting prepared. The defense examined him for their allowed 7 hours under the rules on Thursday. They cross-examined him all day, and he did not finish. He had in an email. So, the whole story is bizarre.
It is bizarre, and the timing is a little too
quite a coinky-dink.
Yes, and I don't believe in coincidences.
No.
I just don't.
No.
Exactly. Well, it's like Vince Foster. My gosh. There's no way that, even when they found his body, there's no way that could have been a suicide. No way.
And here's what we found out this morning about, that mid-flight door panel blowout aboard that Alaska Airlines in January, that has Boeing under intense scrutiny. Alaska Airlines had planned to take that brand new Boeing 737 MAX 9 in for maintenance that very night because warning lights were going off related to the plane's pressurization system. Well, they didn't. And then the door panel blew off at 16,000 feet shortly after it took off from Portland.
Huh.
Weird.
So, you're getting, I don't know, in aviation, I think if the check engine light comes on, you might park it.
Yeah, you may want to. But it's just odd that this guy commits suicide right when he's going to whistleblow on Boeing.
Well, he's been doing this since 2019.
Oh, okay.
He's been presenting evidence, since a lawsuit was filed back in 2019.
Yeah.
And he had just a couple of days ago expressed some new concerns about, what he was worried about in production value and standards there at Boeing.
Well, and he has a resume. He had like 3 decades as a quality manager with Boeing.
Yes.
So he's not just a guy that took a job, 6 months ago.
No.
Right.
He knows the inner workings of that company.
Right.
And what's happened over the recent years.
And there have been people come forward that say they don't believe he committed suicide. I think somebody had just seen him like really close prior to his death. So there was no sign.
We had a super texter yesterday provide some anecdotal evidence, which is obviously our favorite kind on the Chris Hand Show.
Right.
And they said they had their sister-in-law had lunch with him. Said he was in high spirits just last week.
Boy, odd. Boeing's odd anyway, though, because I grew up around Boeing. I'm from Wichita, Kansas. And at one time, that was Boeing's, that's where they were. That's where they were based.
Yeah.
And that, I think, Seattle.
Don't you think it's kind of crazy how much the political Overton window has shifted? Where, even 10 years ago, being like, I don't know if that guy committed suicide on a news talk conservative radio station would have been fringy and conspiracy-esque.
Yeah.
Right.
But now this is like mainstream conversation.
Yeah. Everybody is suspicious. It's simply, take Jeffrey Epstein.
Yes. Come on.
The closed-circuit cameras just happen to not be working.
Right at the time that the guards just happened to be sleeping.
Yeah.
Taking a nap.
Hanged himself with his own sheet.
Well, and two,
while he was on suicide watch.
Yeah, while he was on suicide watch.
Well, and what I really think you have to really thank Donald Trump, and even though I don't agree with him at all, Bernie Sanders for getting involved in the presidential election. Because had they not, the curtain would have never been open on how deep the swamp is.
Yeah, boy, they put the kibosh on Sanders.
Oh, immediately. He was
right away.
He was winning.
Yeah.
He was winning,
Well,
and yet...
And that's why we got into the mess with Seth Rich and Julian Assange.
Right.
Because the DNC stole it from Bernie, and Seth Rich was a Bernie bro.
Right. Everywhere I turned, anybody that was a Democrat that I knew, anybody that was voting that way, they all were going for Bernie. There was no support for Hillary Clinton.
Yep.
So that was bought and paid for, and it was obvious. And Trump also opened the curtain for us on the other side.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, and again, think about where the conversation has shifted. You can get into an Uber now and say to your Uber driver, hey, do you know that our politicians are being blackmailed via, sex trafficking networks in the Virgin Islands? They'll be like, oh, yeah, I've heard that. Jeffrey Epstein? You talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Yeah. See, people are starting to trust that more than they are, which I can understand. The news media, you can't trust them anymore.
And it's not just Walter Cronkite
No.
on the evening news telling
No.
us what's going on
No.
any longer.
Now you have Stephanopoulos.
Well, what's going on right now, too, is I just read an article this morning. You know, this USA Today poll that just came out of 1,000 voters. Trump's leading 40 to 38% over Biden. But then they mention, however, a turn in the economy could change things. Well, they talked to a leftist elite. This guy's obviously got money. He's talking about how, people just don't realize that the economy it's booming. But, they're listening to the Republicans who are telling them that it's not. No. Middle class and below know what's going on. We feel it every week.
Exactly.
Yeah.
When we go to the grocery store, when we go to the gas station.
Yeah.
You don't have to pay attention to the news to see your grocery bill or your energy bill or the interest rates. That's just real life consequences of what's happening.
This gaslighting is remarkable.
Well,
what's going on?
Everybody's losing their ASS with dollar signs on the two S's. And that's what's happening. People know what's happening.
Yep.
And that's why they're more in tune. What's happening on the Chris Sands Show coming up?
Well, today in the 11 o'clock hour, we're going to have a man running for Congress in the 4th Congressional District, Tom Jones. He's going up against Scott Desjardins. He's got his paperwork filed, and he's going to introduce himself to the audience.
It's not unusual.
No, and we also have recap from the Robert Hur testimony, and I'm going to go in on the TikTok stuff. I didn't get to it yesterday, but I do have some thoughts on banning TikTok.
Very cool. We'll be listening for that. It's 8:54. Ken, what's happening in the news?
Well, new government study about how many high school seniors are getting high using Delta-8 THC.
Uh-oh.
That's coming up at 9 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I don't know. The kids are eating a school lunch, and they're enjoying it. I don't know why.
Yeah. All of a sudden, they've started eating lunch.
That's right. Anyway, we'll be back with
They really like that pizza.
It's really good. And that mystery vegetable they have. We like that. Anyway, we'll be back with tomorrow with more of Nashville's Morning News. You've got Chris coming up next. Of course, Murphy at noon and Brian Wilson on your drive home. Keep it on 99.7 WTN.